very good morning to you this Tuesday, the 28th day of February in 2023. We are at the Lucia House of Assembly for this sitting. The bills before us this morning are by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, Justice and National Security, Money Laundering Prevention Amendment, first reading, Money Business or Money Services Business Amendment, first reading, by the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development, the Fisheries Amendment, that is also for first reading, and by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, Justice and National Security, an amendment to the Constitution of St. Lucia, commencing the process for the ascension to the Caribbean Court of Justice, CCJ, as St. Lucia's final appellate court as the replacement to the Privy Council. Well, what is the CCJ? The Caribbean Court of Justice is a unique court because it functions as two courts in one. In its original jurisdiction, it protects the rights of countries, businesses, and citizens of the Caribbean nations under the revised Treaty of Chaguanas. In its appellate jurisdiction, it serves as the final court of appeal for a growing number of nations. With me is Mr. Michael Gaspar.
Merci à Phil Winston. Bonjour Sainte-Lucie. Bienvenue pour session Kai Concit qui a changé aujourd'hui 28 février l'année 2023. Et puis nous en Kai Concit aujourd'hui c'est un jour qui spécial. C'est un jour qui, comme nous a dit, l'histoire qui est faite en pays. Côté Kai Concit qui a discuté en loi 9, ça c'est pour tirer Sainte-Lucie à l'option anglaise, l'option coloniale qu'on a dit, et côté dernier appel, ça c'est l'audience appel Sainte-Lucie qui en Angleterre, ça que le gouvernement a essayé de tirer ça aujourd'hui avec adopté et bien en tuer l'audience appel Kawaii-Bla même ça y a créé CCJ qui établit enfin qui un gros bureau c'est en Trinidad avec Sainte-Lucie. J'ai scié pour ça pour un plus en temps passé, mais je dis à Cordia qu'il est venu en membre. Enfin, Sainte-Lucie scié pour établir. Ça c'est en bas Dr. Kenny Anthony, mais je dis à ça Sainte-Lucie qui a fait c'est venu en membre CCJ avec ça c'est ça qui a discuté en bas ça nous a créé un bill constitution Sainte-Lucie. L'année l'autre aussi côté gouvernement qui a prêté l'argent pour particulièrement pour les affaires management Covid avec Covid-19 avec aussi un ministre qui est responsable pour l'agriculture qui a présenté un bill aussi pour les affaires la pêche et nous aussi ça c'est un l'autre les affaires qu'on a dit les affaires service l'argent avec l'argent aussi l'argent sale à dans mon cas là c'est money laundering bill mais ça qui plus go ça qui a intéressé nous plus aujourd'hui ces affaires comme on dit l'audience appelle CCJ ça c'est côté Sainte-Lucie qui a venu même l'audience appelle ça là avec nous qui espérer qui c'est Winston session ça là qui a dit en chaitan aujourd'hui.
Yes, Michael. Also before us is the motion by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, Economic Development, the Youth Economy, Justice and National Security, that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of US $5,220,000 to finance the building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus. And be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 20 years after the grace period of 3 years from the loan agreement date. in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. But the big bill today, the amendment to the Constitution for St. Lucia to commence the process of accession to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Do you know what the mission of the Caribbean Court of Justice is? Well, the CCJ strives to be a model of judicial excellence. It's committed to providing accessible, fair, and efficient justice for the people of the states of the Caribbean community. The agreement establishing the Caribbean Court of Justice was signed on February 14th, 2001. And we are back in the month of February when St. Lucia is about to make this move. The agreement was signed by 10 countries in 2001 and by a further 2 in 2003, making a total of 12 countries. The countries which have signed the agreement establishing the Caribbean Court of Justice are Antigua Barbuda, Barbados, Belize, Dominica, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean Court of Justice was inaugurated on Saturday, April 16th, 2005. This is when the court formally began operations. The headquarters of the court, also referred to the seat of the court, is located in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago.
Oui, Winston, ça ou lit là en anglais, c'est information qui est bien important à sous établissement CCJ. Comme on dit, CCJ, c'est dernier l'audience appel en région Caraïbes qui a tiré Sainte-Lucie en bas l'option anglais qui ça nous a créé à présent côté dernier appel nous c'est en Angleterre avec ces régions Caraïbes quand Winston lit en anglais il était établi pour établir en l'audience Caraïbes même il était établi ça c'est 14 février l'année 2000 avec premier ministre en temps ça là c'était Dr. Kenny Anthony il était signé en non Sainte-Lucie pour Sainte-Lucie établi ça c'est l'audience là mais jodi ça qui a fait c'est Sainte-Lucie qui a venu en même l'audience là avec l'année différents pays qui sied c'est la tenue 10 pays en région qui sied à l'est là avec l'année comme enfin l'année 12 en tout ces pays comme Winston d'Italia c'est qui sied pour établir l'audience appelle ça là c'est Antigua, Barbade, Belize, Dominique, la Grenade, Guyana, Jamaïque, Saint Kitts et puis Nevis, Sainte Lucie, Saint-Vincent et Suriname et puis Trinidad et Tobago. Alors ça c'est comme nous dit c'est un gros l'occasion tout bonnement puisque c'est pour ça qu'il a créé constitution puisqu'il a tiré Sainte Lucie en bas ça c'est un gros changement en constitution pays Sainte-Lucie mais moi aussi je veux dire Winston qui gouvernement qui a pris décision ça là puisqu'il y a un gouvernement ni majorité pour faire une décision comme ça en bas constitution pays au besoin ça y a créé 3 pas et bien 2 pas en toile si vous ni en anglais nous a créé 2/3 majority avec gouvernement ni plus qui des à 3 pas ça là qui fait gouvernement qui après prendre décision il y a l'autre raison qui est important pour nous considérer qui fait gouvernement qui prend décision ça là c'est en l'année 2000 presque dès l'année passée les élections Tchétchènes gouvernement est fait pour mettre ça là en dedans manifesto peut-être Winston Kylie lisa ba nou, men manifesto ki page ye Winston?
On page 28
Okay,
of the Labour Party manifesto of the election of 2021, St. Lucia Labour Party manifesto, St. Lucia Labour Party putting you first, you the people, page 28, like I said, under good governance, anti-corruption and constitutional matters. Number 4, commence the process for the accession to the Caribbean Court of Justice as St. Lucia's final appellate court as the replacement to the Privy Council. It is right there on page 28 of the St. Lucia Labour Party manifesto. The St. Lucia Labour Party having won 9 seats in the Parliament, have 2 independents, making it 13, I beg your pardon, sorry about that. 13 seats with 2 independents, making it a 15-2 majority in the House. And as a result, making it necessary for no referendum to be or to take place.
Oui, ça nous attend, c'est que le gouvernement a décidé que la constitution pays à présent a bail droit et pouvoir pour ça enfin faire une décision comme ça pour aller enfin admettez comme ça pour changer la constitution pour adopter ça y a créé un changement ça là pour aller avec mener pays en affaires ça nous a créé CCJ pour adopter puisque changement de en commencement qui en 14 février l'année 2000 Saint-Lucie signé pour établir l'audience là avec Jordi à 20 plus que 20 années après ça Saint-Lucie a décidé pour entrer en l'audience là avec ça c'est un pour mettre qui Saint-Lucie fait en sous page page 28 en manifesto c'est ça gouvernement écrit c'est pas gouvernement excusez-moi c'est ça partisan chaque c'est partisan qui a courir élection il a mettre un document sorti dehors avant et côté il a fait pour mettre à sous ça il a fait avec gouvernement ça c'est partisan étoile là tu mettez ça à sous page 28 les mots en bas ça il a créé bon gouvernance contre corruption avec les affaires constitution. Numéro 4 qui a dit que Saint-Lucie a commencé travail pour mener Saint-Lucie entrer en affaires CCJ assassin pour mettre avec le gouvernement qui a essayé pour mettre ça là aujourd'hui.
Well, folks, how does the CCJ protect the rights of CARICOM citizens? The Caribbean Community, CARICOM, was established by the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. In its original jurisdiction, the CCJ is an international court. It is the only court that has the authority to interpret the treaty when there are disagreements concerning freedom of movement, trade and services, and movement of money within CARICOM countries. Businesses and individuals can ask the court to interpret the treaty.
Let us pray. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us all in our consultations. And grant that we have in thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen. Good morning, honorable members. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Governor General has been pleased to assent to the agreement for the establishment of a partnership between member states of the Caribbean Community and the African Export-Import Bank. I have received correspondence from the member from Micoud North advising that he is out of state attending the 62nd session of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and intersessional meetings of the ACP-EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly in Brussels, Belgium. I've also received correspondence from the member for Castries South advising that he's away on official business. Members may also be aware of the recent passing of former independent Senator Henry Phillip, who served for a period of 4 years, beginning the 17th of June, 1997. The Office of the Parliament extends condolences to his family and friends. And please permit me to extend belated birthday wishes to the honorable member for Gros-Islet. The Parliament of St. Lucia, in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender Affairs, the Inter-American Commission on Women, and the Country Office of St. Lucia to the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States, will be hosting a seminar on Friday, the 3rd of March, 2023, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We look forward to all of our male MPs' participation and support, and we invite the general public to view live stream on NTN. Finally, I wish to welcome to the House, on behalf of honorable members, the former Chief Justice of the OACS Supreme Court, former President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, and current Chair of the CCJ Accession Committee, Sir Dennis Byron, and other members of the committee, members of the St. Lucia Christian Council, and a cohort of law students of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. Statement by ministers. Papers to be laid, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Starting instrument number 10 of 2023, legal profession eligibility, Tia Murray Austin order. Starting instrument number 12 of 2023, excise tax amendment of Schedule 1, number 2 order. Starting instrument number 13, 2023, criminal code detention of suspects during police investigations, other indictable offense or notice. Starting instrument number 14 of 2023, fiscal incentives, Rubeco 1991 limited amendment order. Starting instrument number 19 of 2023, excise tax amendment of Schedule 1, number 3 order.
Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper standing in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information. Statutory Instrument number 9 of 2023, Community Tourism Development form of proposal for partnership agreement regulations.
Minister for Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 11 of 2023, Price Control Amendment Order, Number 2, Order, and Statutory Instrument Number 18 of 2023, Price Control Amendment Number 3, Order.
Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 15 of 2023, Telecommunications, Aeronautical and Maritime Mobile Satellite Service, Exemption, Starlink Internet Services Limited Order. Statutory Instrument Number 16 of 2023, Telecommunications, Aeronautical Mobile Satellite Service, Exemption, Thales Avionics Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 17 of 2023, Telecommunications, Aeronautical and Maritime Satellite Service, Exemption, Viasat Inc. Order. And Statutory Instrument Number 20 of 2023, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic, Designation of Inspectors Order.
Motions. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 13 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.0 on the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund, and whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of US dollars 5.220 million to finance the building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project, and whereas the loan is repayable in 20 years after the grace period of 3 years from the loan agreement date in 80 equal, approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments, and whereas the loan repayments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, and on such later due date as the bank may specify in writing. And whereas interest is payable at a variable rate of 5.16 per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding from time to time, on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year, commencing after the date of the first disbursement of the loan, be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of US 5.22 million to finance the building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 20 years after the grace period of 3 years from the loan agreement date in 80 equal, approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. The loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, and the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year, after a grace period of 3 years, following the date of the loan, or on such later due date as the bank may specify in writing. Interest is payable at the variable rate of 5.16 per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding from time to time on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year, commencing after the date of the first disbursement of the loan. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my explanation, I just want honourable members to note that the interest rate of this loan is 5.16%, which demonstrates how interest rates have begun to climb due to the external environment, Mr. Speaker. Interest rates that we have absolutely no control over have begun to climb. So whereas normally loans of this type will attract an interest rate of 2%, 3%, this time we have to have a variable rate of 5.16%, Mr. Speaker. Something that we have absolutely no control of, since we have no control on over the capital markets, and interest rates are increasing worldwide. So St. Lucia is part of the world, so St. Lucia is not exempted from the increases in interest rates, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is seeking approval from the Parliament to borrow the sum of $5.2 million from the special funds reserves of the Caribbean Development Bank allocated from IDB COVID-19 OECS line of credits for the implementation of the St. Lucia building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project. Mr. Speaker, the outbreak of COVID caused a spread rapidly across the world from December 2019 to 2022. A global pandemic was declared on March 11, 2020 by the WHO, and approximately 633.2 million confirmed cases and more than 6.5 million deaths have been recorded across 221 countries and regions as of November 17, 2022. And as on November 17, 2022, a total of 12.8 million vaccine doses were administered. Like most of the other regional small island developing states, St. Lucia was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the country recorded its first case in March 2020. From 2020, the government instituted various control measures, including management of social gathering, the quarantine of suspected cases, and management of identified positive cases, closure of borders to regional and international travel, sourcing of external medical support for the Cuban Medical Brigade, and administration of vaccines. As of December 20, 2022, there have been 29,754 confirmed cases of COVID-19 with 490 deaths in St. Lucia. As of December 30, 2022, a total of 55,083 persons have been fully vaccinated, 5,159 partially vaccinated, and 7,903 persons have received boosters. The pandemic, Mr. Speaker, has had a negative impact on all sectors of the society: social, economic, health, etc. The increase in demands on the health sector brought about by COVID-19 has undermined major progress in attaining the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, good health and well-being for all. Consultations with various stakeholders from the Ministry of Health and Wellness identified the COVID-19 disruptions, constrained access to quality healthcare services, including essential services. Healthcare personnel were profoundly impacted. And Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity again to thank the healthcare professionals who assisted us and who continued to work during the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the overall expected impact of the virus project is to enhance the capacity of the public healthcare system to respond to current and emergent health security threats, because it is said that there may be more pandemics to come. So we need to bolster the resilience in the health sector of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the expected outcomes of this loan, or what the money be used for, is expected to improve capacity for surveillance, case detection and monitoring, the establishment of initiatives to break the chain of transmission of the illness, and improved service delivery capacity. In order to achieve this, the project would comprise of the following: 1. Project support services, improving response to COVID-19 and emergent health threats. 2, minor works. And 3, project management and auditing services costs. Mr. Speaker, let me explain the project components. Component number 1, improving response to COVID-19 and emergent health threats. Subcomponent number 1A, improving surveillance, case detection and monitoring. This subcomponent will support actions to enhance surveillance, facilitate case detection and monitoring, and improve data collection and recording. This includes the supply of and installation of lab equipment, expansion of the COVID-19 response units, procurement of consumables, information and communications technology, equipment, and other resources, as well as furniture and personnel for the COVID-19 response units. Subcomponent 1B, interrupting the chain of transmission. This component supports the provision of resources to halt or reverse the spread of COVID-19 and other emerging and re-emerging illnesses. Focus will be on communication, procurement of medical equipment, procurement of transportation, reimbursables for services provided. Mr. Speaker, reimbursables for services provided are very important because there are a number of people who gave up their hotels to enable us to provide quarantine for the people who are diagnosed as positive. So these people have to be paid, Mr. Speaker. Subcomponent 1C, strengthening service delivery for critical care of COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 affected people. This component will support the procurement of resources for the Million Highway Medical Complex, the Respiratory Hospital, and the Public Dental Care Unit and support staff. Component number 2, minor works. Subcomponent 2A, interrupting the chain of transmission. This component supports minor works for the enhancement of the Respiratory Hospital, which provides critical care for persons affected by COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. The activities below are urgently needed to provide a safe and conducive working environment for staff, safeguard the integrity of the physical infrastructure, as well as support the requirements of the Occupational Health and Safety Act and the international and national protocols for infection control and safety. Subcomponent 2B, strengthening service delivery for critical care of COVID-19 and non-COVID-19 affected people. This subcomponent supports the continuity of care and will focus on dental health care. The focus will be on the rehabilitation of dental clinics to improve the observance of protocols and improve safety accommodation for clients and staff. Component number 3, project management and auditing services. This segment of the project comprises several consultancies that will assist in the execution of key activities of the project and which are aimed at enhancing efficiency in the procurement process, ensuring the conduct of the end of project audits, and covering other project management resources. Project management resources includes the establishment of a project coordinating unit. The following persons will be engaged: a project coordinator, a risk communications consultant, a procurement officer, a procurement specialist, a social inclusion and gender mainstreaming training consulting firm for the design of supervision of works to improve the delivery of healthcare at the respiratory and dental health clinics. Mr. Speaker, this project is expected to be implemented over a period of 13 months. Mr. Speaker, as I read before, the loan is repayable in 20 years after a grace period of 3 years, and the government will repay the amount withdrawn from the loan account in 80 equal or approximately equal payments, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the loan is at a variable rate, and there is no commitment charge on this loan. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke of the issues as they relate to interest rates, Mr. Speaker, which will have repercussions in the future. Mr. Speaker, this project presents to our country an opportunity to sustain the funding of many initiatives that have commenced in the fight against COVID-19 and to secure financing for new initiatives aimed at strengthening our healthcare system and combating any further spread of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I think all members of this Honorable House will agree that this borrowing is essential. The COVID-19 pandemic caused severe disruption in the health services of the country, and it also caused social issues, Mr. Speaker. Social issues in education. Many children could not go to school because there were no devices. They could not homeschool because there were no devices, Mr. Speaker. And many people suffered from the fact that they could not go out, they could not socialize, they could not entertain, Mr. Speaker. So apart from the health effects, there were serious psychological effects of COVID. And I think we've not even started to understand what the impact of COVID may have had on our society and on our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, there is a part of that loan we use for social inclusion projects, where we'll try to do research to really find out evidence-based, Mr. Speaker, evidence-based on the impact of COVID on the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I urge honorable members to support this motion as we continue our fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is that be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of US $5.22 million to finance the building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 20 years after the grace period of 3 years from the loan agreement date in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, or on such later date as the bank may specify in writing. C, interest is payable at a variable rate of 5.16% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding from time to time. On the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year commencing after the date of the first disbursement of the loan. The member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to colleagues and everyone else. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the resolution which was moved by the Prime Minister and Member of Parliament for Castries East, building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project. Mr. Speaker, the loan amounts to approximately 14 million EC dollars, and I want to spend a few moments just to explain to honorable members and to the people of St. Lucia why it's important to continue to invest in processes, facilities, equipment, and so on to fight COVID-19, even though many people think that the COVID-19 pandemic is over. We continue to have a number of COVID-19 cases in St. Lucia. Just recently, Mr. Speaker, you heard of the emergence of the subvariant on our shores, and therefore it's very, very important, not only for COVID-19, but also as we prepare to usher in a new era of universal health coverage, that we prepare our health system. The COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, revealed deficiencies in the capacity of the country to respond to health sector-related challenges. Many problems, we knew of many problems in the health sector, Mr. Speaker, but COVID-19 forced us to take a second and a third look and to take a serious look at our health sector to ensure that we do much better in the future. Healthcare facilities, including dental clinics, Mr. Speaker, continue to be under serious pressure, overburdened, and require resources. There is an urgent need to upgrade the system to strategically position the country to respond to present and emerging challenges, as the PM said, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure as a government that we take on the responsibility of identifying and responding to the drivers of transmission, COVID-19 transmission, and to manage the post-COVID-19 transition era. Also, Mr. Speaker, this funding will assist the government of St. Lucia to ensure that we position the system to meet our current needs and to face future challenges. This funding also, Mr. Speaker, will entail the replacement of non-functional ambulances and other non-functional equipment, which will enhance the availability of the services, allowing persons who are affected by COVID-19 and other conditions to receive the necessary care with urgency and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the loan financing will also ensure the facilities are fit for purpose, equipped with modern equipment, infection prevention control protocols, as the PM said, and we are working on processes which will continue to integrate the COVID-19 prevention measures throughout the healthcare system at our health centers and so on. It will also help to boost the national lab with equipment, with personnel. It will assist us to do more dental outreach. So we are hoping, Mr. Speaker, to purchase a mobile dental unit which will move around the length and breadth of St. Lucia to assist. It will also provide support to the Grocery Polyclinic, the dental unit, and the La Clery dental unit to assist with meeting COVID-19 operational standards and general guidelines. This funding, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, will help our psychosocial program and also psychological support. And PM mentioned the fact that COVID-19 impacted us not just with unfortunate deaths and tragedy and so on, but also the country. We are still going through a lot of psychological impacts of COVID-19, which we must deal with. It will also help with some much needed financing for the respiratory hospital. This will include improvements to the plumbing, the hot water system, the laundry area, drainage for the kitchen, the laundry area, and maintenance works to the radiology department, among other things. And Mr. Speaker, we are preparing to launch our urban polyclinic at the Victoria Hospital site, and all of these improvements will clearly assist. So, Mr. Speaker, bon matin, nous venons ici pour prêter l'argent, $14 millions, c'est pour COVID. Chaque monde croit, Mr. Speaker, les affaires COVID là, ça fini. Mais les affaires COVID là, qui affectent chaque monde cette ici toujours. Là, nous tenons COVID-19 là, nous voyons que le système santé nous, là, il y a chaque difficulté dans le système santé nous, avec les COVID venus, il faut nous pour garder le système santé nous. Et pour qui ça nous pour manger vitement, parce que la peine à l'autre COVID qui a venu, la peine à l'autre épidémique, à l'autre pandémique qu'on nous a dit en anglais. Comme ça, M. Speaker, l'argent ça là quand aide nous, nous avons gagné manger ambulance, pas manger mais gagner ambulance neuf. Nous avons aussi l'année à chaque health center qui ni dentiste, mais ces dentistes là pas ni équipement, chez ces dentistes là pas bon assez. Avec nous aussi qui gagne une machine pour mener ces dentistes là au lieu on paye cette ici pour aider à affaires nous avons dental unit. À chaque monde quoi affaires dentiste avec dents ou avec bouchou qui c'est bagaille ça là pas important, mais si ou pas pour cas bouchou avec dents ça aussi fait ou plus malade et ça fait système ou pas bon assez. Comme ça l'argent ça là $14 millions nous avons venu ici pour prêter l'argent ça là, comme ça nous avons fait système là plus solide. Nous avons rangé à des équipements Victoria l'hôpital. Glochoa, système Glochoa. Là il y a un problème là avec nous avons mené service, nous avons créé urban polyclinic. Nous avons mené ces services là qui en Castua en Victoria l'hôpital. Avec à l'hôpital là Millennium Heights Medical Complex qui a servi. Comme ça nous n'y pouvons manger pour assurer que nous préparons qu'on nous plie bien ou si nous avons l'autre pandémie COVID avec pour faire système santé nous plus solide. Comme ça, M. Speaker, je vais supporter le Premier ministre là, pour prêter $14 millions ici, l'argent nous, pour faire tous ces improuvements là en système santé. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Labrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the resolution brought to this Honorable House by the Minister of Finance to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of $5.2 million to finance the building capacity and resilience of the health sector to respond to the coronavirus-19 project. Mr. Speaker, this government believes that sustainable inclusive development requires us, to paraphrase Dr. Jean Leon, the president of the CDB, to build a resilient ecosystem encompassing all dimensions of resilience, including social, financial, economic, institutional, environmental, and yes, Mr. Speaker, health. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that our government is taking steps in all of these dimensions of resilience to ensure that we reduce the vulnerability of our economy to, of course, the vagaries of the shocks emanating from the global economy, natural disasters, and pandemics. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the massive and unprecedented damage that the impact of COVID-19 had on our economy. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia was one of the economies in the world hardest hit by the pandemic, suffering a deep and unparalleled contraction in economic activity of 24.4%. Mr. Speaker, the IMF has indicated in its latest Article 4 report that this is the largest output decline on record in St. Lucia. It is the view of our government that the COVID pandemic was mismanaged by the former government through misguided fiscal policies that did not mitigate the fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic. We have articulated before, Mr. Speaker, the reasons for this previously in debates in this Honorable House, and there is no need to revisit it, Mr. Speaker, at this time. There is no doubt, however, that the COVID-19 pandemic exposed the structural weaknesses in the economy and clearly showed the need for us to address the structural weaknesses in our economy. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that there is a need to reduce the structural challenges to growth and boost productivity by diversifying our economy through greater focus on agriculture and, in particular, food security, private sector development, exports, increasing energy independence, and addressing labor skill shortages and shortcomings through the establishment of the youth economy. Mr. Speaker, this government has taken a strategy of a deliberate and focused approach of rebuilding our economy, and our policies are beginning to bear fruit. After recording growth of 12.2% in 2021, St. Lucia has recorded significant growth in 2022. In fact, while we await the data from the Statistics Department, the ECCB has estimated St. Lucia's growth at a whopping 15.88% in 2022. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you heard right. 15.88%. But, Mr. Speaker, we will have ample time to debate the successful economic policies of our government shortly in the debate on the estimates and, of course, the policy debate. This growth estimate by the ECCB is much higher than the initial IMF forecast of 9.1% and reflects the success of the favorable policies pursued by this government, led by a capable, competent, and highly proficient economist, our Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, and the member for Castries East. The sustained, robust economic recovery of the economy is also taking place, Mr. Speaker, amid significant headwinds from the economic repercussions from the Russia war in Ukraine, resulting in a lowering of global growth, increased inflation, higher interest rates, high oil prices, and supply-side bottlenecks. But this Prime Minister and this government is ensuring that this economy is taking off, notwithstanding the turbulence of the moment. The IMF, in its latest World Economic Output in January of this year, cut global economic growth in 2023 from 3.4% to 2.9%, and inflation is projected at 6.6%. The IMF further forecasts that the balance of risk to growth are tilted to the downside, particularly possibly having severe health outcomes associated with the reopening of China and the ongoing Russia war in Ukraine being major risk factors causing global growth to contract even further. The reopening of China is likely to boost economic growth, but that there are risks associated with the transmission of COVID across borders and having potential adverse impacts associated with the spread of the virus. Mr. Speaker, the world has learned to adapt and adjust to COVID, and the reopening of the world has been largely successful, with St. Lucia being one of the most successful countries in its swift economic recovery. However, Mr. Speaker, COVID remains with us, and we must not rest and become complacent. At the 44th meeting of heads of CARICOM, recently held in the Bahamas between 15th and 17th of February, less than 2 weeks ago, heads of government reaffirmed the need for member states to remain vigilant and continue to carry out active surveillance and promote the use of established prevention and control guidelines to curb further the spread of COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. The heads emphasized, Mr. Speaker, the need for a more comprehensive approach to COVID-19, monkeypox, and other regional health security threats. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I wish to accentuate in this Parliament the decision by the World Bank to establish a pandemic fund which will finance critical investments to strengthen pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response activities at national, regional, and global levels, with a focus on low and middle income countries. We must not drop our guard, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we take the necessary action to be proactive and address the impact of COVID-19. It is to be noted, Mr. Speaker, that CAFA reported 12 cases of COVID-19 subvariant XBB.1.5, which has been circulating in China, the United States, the United Kingdom, and some other countries. According to the Chief Medical Officer, the confirmed cases are distributed in most districts, with the northern and central regions most affected. According to Johns Hopkins University, this strain of the virus, which accounted for less than 10% of cases in the US, now accounts for more than 25% of cases. It is said that the virus contains more mutation to evade immunity than any other variant. It is further said by the experts that the virus has a mutation that is helping the virus to better bind to cells, thus making it more transmissible. The experts have indicated, Mr. Speaker, that someone infected by an earlier strain of COVID is likely to be reinfected with XBB.1.5, given that it is more immune evasive and a person's immune response naturally decreases over time following infection. This reminds us, Mr. Speaker, that we must constantly be on our guard as new mutations of COVID-19 are likely, and ensure that we equip ourselves with the tools available to combat this dangerous virus. This loan, Mr. Speaker, from the Caribbean Development Bank in the amount of $5.2 million will go a long way in strengthening the capacity of the health system to respond to health threats and emergencies. It must be seen within the context as one of the important channels of assistance that will be required for St. Lucia's strategic, holistic response to COVID-19 to ensure that we can keep our economy open and to ensure that people are protected, especially the elderly and those with pre-existing medical conditions who are vulnerable to this disease. Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to close, I want to, of course, express that I'm sure that we can all agree that this is a small price to ensure that our economy continues its rapid recovery from COVID-19 and our people remain safe. The loan is highly concessional in that, it's highly concessionary, and in that it is repayable over 20 years in 80 equal installments with a 3-year grace period at a variable interest rate of 5.16% on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. Our government is a credible, trustworthy, and honest government, Mr. Speaker. We will only go through credible agencies like the CDB. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me leave to make this very brief intervention, and therefore I yield the floor, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Eco South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say to you that, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that was very noticeable this morning, which seems to be a continuation of policy, strategy, misunderstanding, don't know. Just celebrated our 44th independence. And unprecedentedly, never in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, 4 people were killed. One person, sadly, by a traffic accident. And since that, we have not received one report from this government. As this is business as usual. Nobody has said a word. Opening opportunity today, Mr. Speaker. We'd have thought we'd have heard from one of the 2 ministers of security. One of them.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. Yes, he's misleading the House. No, he is misleading the House. As usual, there is only one Minister of National Security. He is misleading the House, and he must cease from doing that. There is only one Minister of National Security.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Minister of National Security and the Prime Minister, and we have a Minister of Home Affairs. At the end of the day, 2 ministers, and we have not responded.
Get back to the subject, COVID-19.
Mr. Speaker, I see there are people taking up your role. So, Mr. Speaker, I felt it was important to be able to say that because we got an opportunity for ministers' reports, and something as important as that opportunity was not taken. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation where we're borrowing $5 million US, and I'm glad that the Minister of Finance, I see you like to be on the track. Then just open up DSH and you can be back on track. So, Mr. Speaker, $5 million. US, which is about just over $11 million EC, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad that the Minister of Finance pointed out that the economic changes in the world, that some of the concessional funds that we would have normally gotten at substantially lower interest rates, that those interest rates are going up, which means that we have to be extremely mindful of the amount of money that we're borrowing. I'm happy to hear the member from Labrie give us a piece of information that 1 year has gone by, Mr. Speaker. Even though we passed the new Financial Management Act, and there's a requirement for there to be update reports on what's taking place in the economy. Who in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, knows what the unemployment rate is? Who knows what the amount of borrowing that we've had? Who knows what the economic growth is? Who knows? We've been told nothing, Mr. Speaker. And again, we have members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, who seem to want to use the word and the term evidence-based. Everything is leave it to the science. I see now we're leaving the potholes to science. That's how we've gotten to now. We're going to fix potholes by using the science. And now we want to talk about the evidence, but we just want to use it as a term, and we don't want to substantiate it in any way. So let me bring up the evidence, Mr. Speaker, because the member from Labrie also made mention of the mismanagement by my administration over COVID. From the time of the beginning of COVID until the elections, Mr. Speaker, there were 85 deaths and 5,529 cases. And I want to put that in perspective. When we got COVID, Mr. Speaker, none of us understood what COVID was. And therefore, like the rest of the world, we were in the dark, and we were implementing policies and strategies to protect people's lives. And then it became very clear, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, that we had to also now include livelihoods. The option of St. Lucia remaining shut down, like many other parts of the world, we did not have the reserves of cash, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do that. Excuse me? You know, Mr. Speaker, can I respond, Mr. Speaker? I don't want to go off track here, but I want to bring the floor is mine. Thank you. There's this fallacy that the government keeps on portraying that somehow the investment in DSH came at the financial expense of the state. They have been in government for over 18 months. Now, in fact, I'm in court, Mr. Speaker, with one of the members over allegations that he made that DSH was using CIP funds to fund their program. Up until now, it's not happened. You proved nothing. You said, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries Central said publicly.
Member from Mico South, there is a motion before you, and I would hope that your contribution can at least, even if a fleeting glance, touch that motion. You are straying on a tangent that I can't allow you to proceed on. Please keep to the motion.
Why, Mr. Speaker? Only if you would have followed your own advice. Mr. Speaker, the members had indicated that DSH used funds from CIP. They indicated...
Member for Mico South, what is the relevance of the funds for DSH with the motion before you?
Mr. Speaker, members on the other side alleged that we mismanaged the economy during the COVID period. Members also indicated that we had our priorities wrong and we put horses before hospitals. So in many ways, and that's why I asked you, Mr. Speaker, they had made that, and I'm asking to respond to that. May I have your permission, Mr. Speaker, to respond to that?
That was stated in the debate this morning?
Correct, right there. The member from Labrie said that we mismanaged the resources. And other members now just said that we put horses before hospitals.
Prime Minister, but are you now making a side's official part of the record?
I asked you, Mr. Speaker.
And did I respond?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're going to want to avoid the truth. Here we are, one person in the House and you're not giving me any liberty, I'm going to have to respond to 15 people. But you know, the young people here to see for themselves
please,
what the democracy of
member from Microsoft, when I'm speaking, you take your seat. You don't speak together with me. Be careful, member for Castries Central. Be careful, member for Mico South, with your allegations against the chair. Please be very careful. Proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, my allegations against the chair were taken to the court, and therefore I allowed an independent entity to determine who was right and who was wrong. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we had, in a period in which we did not know what the science was, a period in which we were awoken one day where all of the air flights to St. Lucia stopped. Air traffic globally stopped. Any international trade, everything came to a grinding halt. And government's revenue went from $110 million a month to $55 million a month, Mr. Speaker. We did not have enough respirators in this country. We did not have a dedicated respiratory center. The Prime Minister alluded to it, where we had to use hotels in order to create quarantines and to create new protocols that did not exist. And I'm proud of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that many of the countries in the Caribbean look to St. Lucia protocols in order to be implemented. And what's the reality? Because let's talk about the evidence base. Let's talk about the evidence base. In an 18-month period of time, with the unknown, with no resources, and having to go through everything for the first time, we ended up having, sadly, 85 deaths and 5,529 cases, Mr. Speaker, in 18 months. In an era of unknown, uncertainty, nothing. And at the same time, we reopened the economy, Mr. Speaker, because we knew that there was monies that we could not provide to the people of St. Lucia. And we found a safe way to protect people's lives and protect people's livelihoods. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, many of the hotels were able to reopen, and many of the staff members got their jobs back, and many of the farmers were able to supply stuff to them, and many of the taxi drivers were able to stay in business, and some of the tours, Mr. Speaker, were able to reopen. So much so, Mr. Speaker, so much so, that by 2022, that we had more U.S. arrivals in St. Lucia than we ever had in the history of St. Lucia. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go and look at the statistics with Barbados, that is normally substantially more arrivals than St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. We had more U.S. arrivals, 155,000, than Barbados had total arrivals of 144,000. We had 200,000 arrivals. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, and the combination of the foresightedness to be able to expedite construction projects, we were able to see a 12.5% recovery in the economy. 12.5%. The same Barbados had 1.5%. The same Barbados had 1.5%. St. Lucia was the second fastest growing economy in CARICOM, only behind Guyana. And Guyana never suffered, but Guyana had the benefit of now opening up an entire new industry, which is the oil industry. The closest economy to St. Lucia was Dominica at 6%. Now let's make the comparison. Let's just follow the science. In the last 18 months, we've had 327 deaths. We've had 24,000 cases. You talk about a government that cares, a government that has the creativity and the capacity to be able to manage both things. We're seeing it over and over again, Mr. Speaker. This government is lost. Whether it's agriculture, whether it's the roads, whether it's tourism. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing to me the number of things that they keep saying. How is it again? Okay, Mr. Speaker, that Carnival Cruise Lines is not coming to St. Lucia, and not a word. Why? Why are they not coming to St. Lucia? Why are they going to everywhere else in the Caribbean? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, in terms of managing COVID, the ability to access funds at a concessional basis to rehabilitate Victoria Hospital and make it into a respiratory center. But that came at having to expedite the opening of OKEU. So it means we had to run 2 hospitals. In fact, the cost of running Victoria was very little different than what the cost was as a respiratory center or even as a hospital. The Coast Guard, the Marine Police, Mr. Speaker, who were trying to protect our borders. We were burning through engines 2-3 times faster than we had before. The fuel that was being burned, the overtime that was being created, the extra staff for security, the extra staff in terms of bringing and picking up people at their homes. The cost, Mr. Speaker, of allowing St. Lucians to return home where we provided the quarantine area for them. We fed them. We provided security for them. All those expenses were being incurred by the state. Even when we had NIC, Mr. Speaker, NIC was not designed to pay people for a loss of income during a situation like this. We had to find a creative way, and I was very glad that the NIC board cooperated with us, in order to at least provide some money for some of the persons who had been making contributions for a longer period of time. But in a large part, St. Lucians had to bear that burden. And this is why, Mr. Speaker, that you would have expected that a government that says that they care, a government that tries to convince us that they're putting us first or not making us worse, that now want to talk about the evidence of COVID. That's the hypocrisy that I can't understand. Who is the government that went and had a march on October of 2020? After we've been through all the things that we went through, Mr. Speaker, all of the things we went through, they saw no problem. Go and have a march. Up until the march, Mr. Speaker, we had 28 cases and no deaths. Understand that. 28 cases and no deaths up until the period of the march. And these responsible people, these people who care, these people who follow the science, these people who want evidence-based decisions, took it upon themselves to go and march. Okay, Mr. Speaker? Sorry? Mr. Speaker, is he speaking to me? If you don't want me to respond, Mr. Speaker, please ask them to let me be heard in silence. Please. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, either you're going to allow me to respond to the rebutting or stop the rebutting.
Member, it's either you listen to me or you don't speak.
Mr. Speaker,
these are the rules.
We've affirmed that this is your house. This is not being done objectively.
Member, let's not debate.
Do as you please, Mr. Speaker.
Do not debate with me, member.
You cannot come and tell me on
no, member.
How am I supposed to trust
member,
you, Mr. Speaker?
Member, you do not debate with me. And if you proceed to debate with me, I will ask you to take your seat. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to provide with me the basic protection that you're supposed to be protecting me. If you want me to be able to speak and not respond, ask them to listen to me.
Member, I'm asking you for the final time to continue. If you do not wish to continue, you shall take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm simply asking
for your protection. Member, please take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Please take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do a step better. Okay? Mr. Speaker, I have lost all confidence in you as the Speaker.
Member,
I'm surprised to see that you're here, Mr. Speaker. Okay? And if in fact that this is going to continue, and one person representing the opposition, and I want to remind all of you that one person representing the opposition to be able to speak, and y'all don't want to allow that person to speak, shame on y'all. But that's okay. I will leave y'all to the people of St. Lucia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dead weight.
Member for Miku South.
You never had respect for us. You never had respect for us. Never. You never respected our people. You never respected us. Look at the children of them. Look at your behavior.
Members, please. Members.
Zero respect. He has no respect for anybody. Embarrassment.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, might I just say it was never my intention to have spoken on this bill. I mean, one would expect that it was straightforward. It was meant to have dealt with the COVID ramifications, and one would have thought that persons would be wise enough not to open the door. But again, you see, Mr. Speaker, when one wants to enter the realms of political relevance and he or she seeks embrace by his own political party, he must show that he's metaphorically the pit bull of the day. And he speaks of COVID mismanagement. I could not believe, Mr. Speaker, that this was the leader of the opposition there. I could not believe it. Have the audacity to talk about mismanagement, speaks of COVID. The very man who took $7.3 million of taxpayers' money to give to his brother-in-law, the people of this country are yet to fully recover the $7.3 million, has the audacity to talk about mismanagement. And then he speaks of crime. And he has nothing. He never made a statement apart from one time when they killed a restaurant owner, a reputed one. You know, of a particular color. Well, I don't even know his shade. I don't even know how much melanin was in his skin. But that was the only time. Mr. Speaker, COVID did not hit St. Lucia alone. So whilst he hides behind the mask of COVID, COVID was a global pandemic. It did not reside in St. Lucia. Yet, he took our economy from the best in the OECS and delivered it to Philip J. Pierre at the worst. At the worst. Contraction was almost everywhere. But we recorded the most contraction in the Caribbean and fifth worst in the world. That is the man's record. That is his record, Mr. Speaker. So when you hear him talking of, you know, here we are, borrowing 14 million EC to be paid over 80 months, which is 7.5 years. The man wants to complain. But 11 days before the election, Mr. Speaker, he sought to enter into an agreement with Fresh Start for 70 million to be paid in 1 year at a daily interest rate of 1%. Daily. You know, daily interest rate. Once you get a bill for 228 million, every day you don't pay $280-something thousand. You know, I don't even want to talk about Diamond here. I don't even want to talk about it, Mr. Speaker. It's a sore point for me. It's a very sore point. We own the mall. The man sold it for $13.5 million. Turn around and rent it at $1 million a month. Are you hearing me, Mr. Speaker? You know, 13.5. And I'm not blaming the beneficiaries. I'm blaming persons like him without an iota of membrane where his brain capacity ought to occupy in there. Because, Mr. Speaker, who does that? You own a facility. We had already expended over $50 million on the facility. You turn around, sold it for 13.5. And hear this, Mr. Speaker. He sold it outright for 13.5 million. In the agreement, we had to give the man back 12 out of it to retrofit for us. So we are left with $1.5 million and then to pay almost $1 million in rent for 16.5 years. You know, who does that? And you today want to talk about management? Mr. Speaker, honestly, I have a list, and when he saw I went for it, he knew. You know, I have about 20 misdeeds, the Loco Bees, the T.O.R. King. You know, all of those things. He stayed in a hotel at £2,000 a night. £2,000 a night. He cares about us. He cares about us. The vehicle he drove, which the Prime Minister inherited, I don't know why he did that. But again, being as humble as Philip J.P. is, he would always do. Mr. Speaker, only now this vehicle goes off. When he leaves his home in the morning until he gets back in the night, the vehicle runs all day. You know, even if he's not in there, he says he never knows at what time he will leave, so it has to be cool. You know, and you talk about, you care about people. You know, Mr. Speaker, some of those things, when you hear those things coming from, you know, the range developers, 32 million, Lockerbie 32 million, Permandu 13 million. You know, Sanders collected money on our behalf. It wasn't money they owed us, and you give them a reprieve. They merely were the repository of our money. You turn around and ask them to keep it. You know, and we are there suffering. We are suffering our health care, Mr. Speaker. This government will have to do something. We need to raise revenue, Mr. Minister of Finance. We need to raise revenue. You cut the VAT rate by 2.5%, depriving this government of about $270 million over 5 years. And in addition to that, you squander everything that we had. And today you have the audacity to open your mouth and talk about mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, let me stop here. I'm waiting for the real creme de la creme, the debates on the accession to the CCG. I thank you.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the purposes of the record, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify a few things.
You are now summoned.
Yeah. For the purpose of the record, Mr. I need to clarify a few things, Mr. Speaker, because you know, the leader of the opposition says a lot of things, and his surrogates repeat these things, particularly on social media, and some people believe it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, when the United Workers' Party lost government, there was no Delta variant in COVID. The deaths began after the Delta variant. Before July 2021, there was no Delta variant. The deaths in the world increased after the Delta variant was found. Point number one, Mr. Speaker. Point number two, Mr. Speaker. This government had absolutely no reserves when COVID hit us. This Minister of Finance, he run the country with deficits on the primary accounts. This is the economy he managed. Any student of economics will tell you, you cannot run a country with a deficit on the primary account. That means he did not have enough money to pay his salaries and his loan interest. That's the economy he managed. That was before COVID. Talk about managing the economy, Mr. Speaker. That was before COVID. So when COVID hit, the country had absolutely no resources. So he had to go to the NIC to amend the laws of the NIC to borrow money for income support. That's the economy he managed. Every other island gave some form of income support without going to the NIC. But he had no money. He had squandered the resources of the country. So we had to go to the NIC, and this government has pledged at some point to repay the workers of this country the money that he took from them. So when he gets to posturing about evidence and grand charging and trying to pay to the gallery because he thinks he's superior, Mr. Speaker, we can't allow that to continue. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, he comes and he again misleads the House. The march we had, the march that the party had, we got permission from the Ministry of Health. There was written permission. The Chief Medical Officer gave us permission to march. And there is absolutely no evidence that says after the march there was any increase in the spread of COVID. No evidence that related to the march, Mr. Speaker. But as usual, that's what he does. He comes and he postures and believes he can fool people. That's nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about COVID. After COVID, St. Lucia had the greatest level of
GDP contraction, the 6th in the world. That's the economy he managed. The 6th, and I want to, this is on the record. St. Lucia had the 6th highest decline in the economy in the world. That's the economy he managed. You know why? Because he made no provision in the better days. He used the money to do all kind of election projects. He gave out 1,000 acres of land at $1 per acre. That's what he did. So that contraction caused by COVID and by his mismanagement. These are facts, Mr. Speaker. He mismanaged the economy to the point that when we got into government, after he'd borrowed $302 million for COVID, this government, we only had $15 million of borrowed funds to use to run this country. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this leader of the opposition, he kept the Millennium, the new hospital, closed. After, when he came into government, he found a transition committee led by Dr. Stephen King with all the plans in place to open the hospital. He kept it closed. We had help from the French government. There was equipment from the French, from the Europeans, Mr. Speaker, to open this hospital. He kept it closed. And you know what he did? He put the country through a debt, which we have to come back to this honorable house next week, a debt of $15 million to pay people to open the hospital. And you know what happened? Local people, led by Dr. King, opened that hospital, Dr. King and Mr. Charles. That's what he did. Mr. Speaker, that's what he did, Mr. Speaker. So, when he comes talking about evidence and grand charges and believe he's some superior being that can come and talk down to Mr. Never. It can't happen. The facts are against him because he's a failed prime minister. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, you come into this honorable house and you come believing that many understand that the country is greater than the politics. You come and you believe that many understand that the democratic process has worked and the people have chosen their governments. That's what you think. But Mr. Speaker, the arrogance and the conceit and the superiority complex remains. So he can't understand that the people have rejected him, Mr. Speaker. He can't understand. But you have to understand it again, because the people will reject him again. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask members to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, because this motion is about the health of the country. And Mr. Speaker, look at how this government operates. All the constituency of Miku is where one of the best health and wellness centers exists in the country. And what we've done, since we've got to government, we haven't diminished it. Mr. Speaker, you know there is evidence, Mr. Speaker, that this government, when it came into power, into government, they found a project in the World Bank for retaining structures in Enchipo. The project had been approved by the World Bank, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, because I was parliamentary representative for Castries East, and in their haste and in their belief that they can get me to lose the seat, you know, they wrote the World Bank and the evidence available, and they transferred the money that was available for the retaining structures. And if you go there now, Mr. Speaker, you'll see the area is in a precarious position because of the rivers. You know, Mr. Speaker, they wrote the World Bank to ask them to change
the project and take it away from Castries East and put it in Castries office? That's what these guys did. That's the government he run. The health center in La Resource. Mr. Speaker, he cannot deny these things. That's why he has to go and charge. That's why he has to go and charge, Mr. Speaker. But he will never be able to come and shut anybody down. That's why he has to come and grant charge, Mr. Speaker. So the wellness center in Miku, we've kept it going. We haven't closed it. We've kept it going, Mr. Speaker. This government is on record as doing more for opposition constituencies, and some of my colleagues quarrel with me about that, Mr. Speaker. We haven't stopped anything happening in opposition constituencies. We found health centers being built in Choiseul. Choiseul probably have more health centers per capita than anywhere in the world. We continued. We never stopped any of them. We continued, Mr. Speaker. We continued. He built the road, $15 million. And he comes and says, anyway, Mr. Speaker, the problem with this leader of the opposition is he believes that he can lie. And he can lie, and people must believe he lied because he said it. He spent $15 million, direct award, to build a road in Vieux-Fort South. $15 million. Mr. Speaker, you know, an independent study that says that road was built for DSH. That's what the study says, not me say it. Any position we've taken, Mr. Speaker, is based on evidence from other people. Not us. Other people, Mr. Speaker. But you know, the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that lies and mistruths and misinformation is what is the party that he leads. That's what he's all about, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the time is there. And the same way, the people of St. Lucia rejected these lies on the 26th of July. The people of St. Lucia will reject these lies again. Come and talk about crime. Mr. Speaker, this leader of the opposition, Mr. Prime Minister, the vote for training for the police was 0. You know how he gave the police equipment? By having dinners. Dressing people in yellow and let them go to dinner and say they have modeling. Fellas that never modeled in their life and people modeling. And that's how the money they use to give police equipment, Mr. Speaker. Tokenize it at 0. Tokenism. That's what he did for training for the police. What have we done? We've spoken to our partners. We've spoken to the French. We've spoken to the Taiwanese. We've spoken to the Americans. We have a security pact with the French, Mr. Speaker, to help us in our fight against crime. When he was in government, on one weekend, there were 3 murders. We never blamed him. So they come and they pretend as if this crime thing is something that you must blame the Labour Party for, or must blame the government for, Mr. Speaker. We've come in this honorable house and we've said, let's get, it's just like COVID. When we just COVID, we came and we said, in fact, they used to laugh at me for wearing my mask. They slapped and laughed at me, when I wear my mask. So, Mr. Speaker, when you see he comes and he grant charges, crime, this leader of the opposition, when there was a symposium for crime that the Minister for National Security, whatever he was, held at infrastructure, he went to Jamaica to campaign. He never attended it. I talk about caring about crime. Talking about caring about crime. I was there. I was leader of the opposition. I went. I was there. So, Mr. Speaker, when you're trying to politicize crime, you must ask him, what are the tangible things that he did to combat the crime situation in this country? We have said that the crime situation is too high. We've made the point. We are doing work with the French on the forensic lab. We are working with the Jamaicans on training the police. Very soon, the police have already got nearly 20 vehicles, including bicycles. Just last week, I signed an award to give the police 10 new bicycles. We're going to train them with Jamaicans in using motorcycles to help in the fight against crime. And in the budget, you're going to hear initiatives for the police, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that the only way we can combat crime is if we have a well-functioning, a well-trained, and a motivated police force, Mr. Speaker. What does he want me to see? He wants me to interfere in the operation of the police force? And we said that our job is to give resources to the police. Our job is to give, not to interfere in who is a corporal, who is a sergeant. Not like what he did. Mr. Speaker, we took the revolutionary step and we had confidence in a career police officer, a woman, and we made a commissioner of the police. Because we had confidence in the women of this country, and we had confidence that within the police high command, there were men and women who were capable of doing the job if they were allowed to do the job properly, Mr. Speaker. So that's the difference between us and them. That's the difference. The difference between us and them is we do not call police officers and tell them how to do their job. That's the difference between us and them, Mr. Speaker. So when he comes and talks about crime, no one here, no one in this honorable house, and I hope he also doesn't like the crime situation in the country. But, and again, people are still studying whether the COVID virus, the impact of COVID, because you hear about mass murders all over the world. Crime in England has increased in a way never heard before. And it's not me. We're not the ones who did it. Listen to the news. In the United States, every other day there's a mass killing. Every other day. So there seems to be something happening with the world as far as crime is concerned. So don't come and blame us for crime and try to mix independence and crime. Independence is the time where the whole country should be united. The whole country. But here is this news. The worst independence ever. That's his independence message. The worst independence. That's his independence message. Mr. Speaker, you know why? Because he has not understood that the people of St. Lucia have rejected him and have rejected his policies, and he refuses to understand that. And unless he understands that, Mr. Speaker, he remains desperate, frustrated, annoyed, angry, and he will continue to misinform the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is that be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to borrow from the Caribbean Development Bank the sum of US $5.22 million to finance the building capacity and resilience in the health sector to respond to the coronavirus 2019 project. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 20 years after the grace period of 3 years from the loan agreement date in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or on such later date as the bank may specify in writing. C, interest is payable at a variable rate of 5.16% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding from time to time. And on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October in each year, commencing after the date of the first disbursement of the loan. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Prime Minister.
Constitution of St. Lucia. Amendment, Mr. Speaker. Let us applaud. Ready?
Oh, okay, it's okay now. Members, so Prime Minister, just proceed with your second reading. It's a second reading.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic day in the history of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is historic because we as a people are showing that we have confidence in ourselves, that we have confidence in our jurisprudence, and we have confidence in the people of the region, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud and happy to be working with the men and women of the cabinet, the parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the members of the Accession committee for the work they've done so far. And I'm sure that this work is going to continue, Mr. Speaker. But also I want to pay special mention to the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Kenny Anthony, who began this journey into what is going to happen today, Mr. Speaker. This journey into manhood, this journey into confidence, and this journey into causing ourselves to be masters of our own destiny, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Dr. Anthony for starting this process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill for consideration is the Constitution of St. Lucia Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to amend the Constitution of St. Lucia, Cap 1.0 on the Act, to modify provisions that allow for appeals to Her Majesty in Council and so provide for appeals to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Clause 1 of the bill contains a short title of the bill, and Clause 2 of the bill provides for the interpretation of the bill. Section 16.4 of the Act, Enforcement of Protective Provisions, is amended in Clause 3 of the bill so that where a question is referred to the High Court in pursuance of subsection 3 of that section, the High Court shall give its decision on the question, and the court in which the question arose shall dispose of the case in accordance with the decision, or if the decision is the subject of an appeal to the Court of Appeal or to the Caribbean Court of Justice, rather than Her Majesty in Council, in accordance with the decision of the Court of Appeal or the Caribbean Court of Justice, rather than to Her Majesty in Council. By virtue of Clause 4 of the bill, Section 18.1 of the Act's interpretation and savings is amended to remove the references to Her Majesty in Council and to substitute the Caribbean Court of Justice in the definition of the word court. In Clause 5 of the bill, Section 41.7 of the Act, alteration of the Constitution and Supreme Court order is amended in paragraph A by changing Section 107 to Section 108 and referring to the Caribbean Court of Justice rather than Her Majesty in Council. This means that a referendum will not be required to alter the provisions relating to appeals to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Clause 6 of the bill amends Section 73.5 of the Act, Control of Public Prosecutions, so that for the purpose of that section, an appeal from a judgment in criminal proceedings before a court or case stated or question of law reserved for the purpose of these proceedings to another court, including the Caribbean Court of Justice, rather than Her Majesty in Council, is deemed to be part of the proceedings. Under Clause 7 of the bill, Section 106.2 of the Act, reference of constitutional questions to High Court is amended so that where a question is referred to the High Court in pursuance of the section, the High Court will give its decision on the question, and the court in which the question arose will dispose of the case in accordance with the decision, or if the decision is subject to an appeal to the Court of Appeal or Caribbean Court of Justice rather than Her Majesty in Council in accordance with the decision of the Court of Appeal, or, as the case may be, the Caribbean Court of Justice rather than Her Majesty in Council. Section 108 of the Act, Appeals to Her Majesty in Council, is substituted in Clause 8 of the bill to make an appeal from a decision of the Court of Appeal possible to the Caribbean Court of Justice rather than Her Majesty in Council. A new section, 108A of the Act, Abolition of Appeals to Her Majesty in Council, is inserted under Clause 9 of the bill to abolish appeals to Her Majesty in Council. Clause 10 of the bill amends Section 1241 of the Act, Interpretation, to include definitions for the words Caribbean Court of Justice and Agreement, and to include in definition of court the Caribbean Court of Justice. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the Constitution of St. Lucia would mean that all appeals to any matter taken up in the lower courts in St. Lucia, the final appeal will be to the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker, instead of the Privy Council. This is a sum total of what we are doing today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, this journey towards the point we are here today was continued in 2014 when the matter of a referendum was cleared by the Court of Appeal, Mr. Speaker, saying that there was no referendum needed if St. Lucia had to move from the Privy Council to the Court of Appeal. That was cleared by the Supreme Court of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. It was cleared, the Court of Appeal. That was clear. So that means that there was concurrence that we did not need a referendum to make the transition from the Privy Council to the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. That was clear from 2014. There is no legal basis for a referendum, and that was cleared. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we repeat that. We repeat it, Mr. Speaker. The need for a referendum was cleared by the Eastern Caribbean Court of Appeal. So, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party in its manifesto in the last general election of 2021, on page 28 of the manifesto, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, here is what the manifesto said. It said, "We will commence the process for the ascension to the Caribbean Court of Justice as St. Lucia's final appellant court as the replacement to the Privy Council." That was clearly stated in the manifesto of the St. Lucia Labour Party in the 2021 general election, Mr. Speaker. And on the 26th of July 2021, the people voted for the Labour Party with a resounding victory of 13 seats to 2, Mr. Speaker, and we were joined by 2 other members, giving us a majority of 15 seats to 2. That was clear. That was clear, Mr. Speaker, in the manifesto, Mr. Speaker. On the 29th of March 2022, Mr. Speaker, the Governor General, in his throne speech, announced that the government intended to terminate its relationship with the Privy Council. He said it in clear and certain terms, Mr. Speaker, on the 29th of March in his budget address, Mr. Speaker, in his throne speech. It was clear. And the throne speech is normally the policy of the government, Mr. Speaker. In my budget address on the 26th of April 2022, I stated clearly on page 50, I announced that a committee chaired by an ex-judge had been tasked to assist in the process of ascension to the Caribbean Court of Justice through public education, etc. That was stated clearly in my budget address on the 26th of April 2022, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, continuing the process, On the 30th of March 2022, a letter was written to the Foreign Secretary requesting agreement to amend the Constitution to terminate jurisdiction of the Privy Council. That letter was written to the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary, Mr. Speaker, to inform her and to ask permission, if you want to say, to let us leave the Privy Council. The Foreign Secretary responded, Mr. Speaker, on the 10th of August 2022. And for the purposes of the record, Mr. Speaker, and for certainty and clarity, I will read the letter that came from the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, Mr. Speaker. The letter reads, Dear Prime Minister, thank you for your letter of 30th March addressed to the Foreign Secretary requesting agreement to amend specified sections of the Constitution of St. Lucia that will have the effect of terminating the jurisdiction of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council, JCPC, in relation to appeals from any court having jurisdiction in St. Lucia and to accede to the jurisdiction of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I apologize for the delayed response. The Foreign Secretary has asked me to reply. The British government has always taken the view that it is a matter for the government and people of the country concerned, in the case of St. Lucia, to decide whether or not to avail themselves of the jurisdiction of the JCPC. I can therefore confirm that this is a matter for you to progress via legal and political channels, and you should write to me again for ministerial sign-off when the preparatory work has been completed. Yours sincerely, Vicky Ford, Minister for Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. This is the letter that came from the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, Mr. Speaker, responding to my letter on the 40th of March, informing them that we intended to cease our association with the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a draft bill was laid before this Honorable House on the 11th of October 2022 for the first reading, Mr. Speaker, of that amendment to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is keeping in the provision of the Constitution, Section 41(6)(a) of the Constitution, that stipulates that there must be a delay of 90 days before the first and second reading of any bill that will amend the Constitution of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. There must be a delay, there must be a time span of 90 days between the first reading and the second and subsequent readings. And if you check, Mr. Speaker, you'll see it's in excess of 90 days between the 11th of October and today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the constitutional requirements have been met for us to amend the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. All the constitutional requirements, all what is required by the Constitution. No need for a referendum, putting the bill for the first reading, and 90 days between the first reading and the subsequent second and third readings. That has been done, and that is clear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let us talk a little bit about the structure of the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has two distinct jurisdictions. One of them is interpreting and applying the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas, which determines how the CSME works, and St. Lucia and other CARICOM states of CARICOM have already acceded to the jurisdiction of the court in the CSME. So St. Lucia is already a part of the Caribbean Court of Justice as it relates to interpretation of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. St. Lucia is already part of that setup, Mr. Speaker. The original jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker, of the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as a replacement to the Privy Council, is already incorporated into the laws of St. Lucia. But I will allow the lawyers to expand more on that notion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you hear the complaints or the accusations that the court will not be independent. Mr. Speaker, listen to how the Caribbean Court of Justice is financed, Mr. Speaker. It's financed from the proceeds of a trust fund of, I think, $100 million, to which St. Lucia has already invested $2.1 million, Mr. Speaker. That means, Mr. Speaker, that no government can say, I am not paying today because you did not rule in my favor, Mr. Speaker. That $100 million has been put in a trust fund, and that trust fund is managed by trustees, and they say how to invest the money, how to invest the funds, so you can get a return, so the court can meet its obligations to pay salaries, etc. So no Prime Minister can say he's withdrawing his contribution for the court because they are annoyed, Mr. Speaker. So that means there is no political pressure as far as funding of the court is concerned, Mr. Speaker. The other point of contention, Mr. Speaker, that they want to bring is they say that the judges will not be independent, and because judges are chosen by politicians, Mr. Speaker. Again, very wrong, Mr. Speaker. And please allow me to tell you how the judges are selected in the court, Mr. Speaker. The judges are selected by a regional judicial and legal services commission that is independent from political control or influence. The president of the court is the chairman. And Mr. Speaker, let me read for you the composition of the regional judicial and legal services commission. On page 4, Mr. Speaker, of the agreement that sets up the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker, it is clear who is in the Regional Judicial and Legal Services Commission. And let me quote, Mr. Speaker, from that agreement. Mr. Speaker, the Regional and Judicial Service Commission is made up of the following persons: the President, who shall be chairman of the commission; two persons nominated jointly by the Organization of the Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Association and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Bar Association. Mr. Speaker, it is not my habit of calling names in this honorable house. I always refrain from calling names of private citizens in the honorable house, Mr. Speaker. But when, Mr. Speaker, in a serious matter like that, you have people's names are bandied around for political purposes, Mr. Speaker, it is unfair, and I'll ask you leave to mention a name, Mr. Speaker. The name of Thaddeus Antoine has been bandied around, even to imply that Thaddeus Antoine is an operative of the St. Lucia Labour Party, and he'll be able to influence the appointment of judges. Mr. Speaker, Thaddeus Antoine was not appointed by the Labour Party. Thaddeus Antoine is there because of his position on the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Bar Association. By his office, Mr. Speaker. The Labour Party has absolutely no say in appointing anybody in that situation. Mr. Speaker, again, I don't want to mention names, but it's very important that I mention names today. Because, Mr. Speaker, people just say these things. They put it on social media. They damage people's reputation. They call people all kind of names, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the names of St. Lucians who have served on this commission, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honorable deceased Sir Vincent Flosak, Was he appointed an appointment of the Labour Party? Mr. Egbert Larnell, was he an appointee of the Labour Party? Mr. Evaristus Jamari, Mr. Tyrone Chong, and surprise, surprise, Mr. Frank Myers. I guess he was appointed of the Labour Party too. These, Mr. Speaker, these are the people who have solutions who have been on the Regional Judicial and Services Commission, Mr. Speaker. But they continue the lies and they continue the defamation of people's characters. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the Judicial Service Commission of a contracted party selected in rotation in English alphabetical order for a period of 3 years. You see how much precaution is taken, Mr. Speaker? Let me read it for you again. One chairman of the Judicial Services Commission of a contracting party selected in rotation in the English alphabetical order for a period of 3 years. D. The chairman of a public service commission of a contracting party selected in rotation in the reverse English alphabetical order for a period of 3 years. Alphabetical order for a period of 3 years in reverse. The other one was in rotation, not in reverse. Two persons from civil society nominated jointly by the Secretary General of the committee and the Director General of the OECS for a period of 3 years following consultations with regional non-governmental associations, NGOs, Mr. Speaker. The other members are two distinguished jurists nominated jointly by the Dean of the Faculty of Law of the University of the West Indies, the Deans of the Faculties of Law of any other contracting parties, and the Chairman of the Council of Legal Education. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to break, Mr. Speaker, to publicly put on record my congratulations to Professor Rosemary Antoine, who is now the principal of the St. Augustine campus, Mr. Speaker. And I know a member inside her here knows her very well. Two, the other members, Mr. Speaker, of the Judicial and Legal Commission, Mr. Speaker, two persons nominated jointly by the bar or law associations of the contracting party. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who choose the judges. These are the people, Mr. Speaker. These are the ones who choose the judges, Mr. Speaker, and they bring it far back to the Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, further, the judges of the courts, other than the President, shall be appointed or removed by a majority vote of all the members of the Commission. A majority vote of all the members of the Commission, Mr. Speaker. And that is stipulated in page 3 of the agreement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President is appointed or removed by the qualified majority, Mr. Speaker. The President shall be appointed or removed by the qualified majority of 3/4 of the contracting parties on the recommendation of a commission of inquiry or tribunal. 3/4. The President shall be appointed or removed by the qualified majority of 3/4 of the contracting parties. The judges of the courts, other than the President, shall be appointed or removed by a majority vote of all the members of the commission, Mr. Speaker. This is how judges are chosen, and this is how judges are dismissed, Mr. Speaker. Further, on page 8, Mr. Speaker, listen to how judges can be removed. Also, a judge may be removed from office only for inability to perform the functions of his office, whether arising from illness or any other cause or for misbehavior, and shall not be so removed except in accordance with the provisions of this article, Mr. Speaker. Subject to Article 4, Paragraph 5, the President shall be removed from office by the heads of government on the recommendation of the Commission if the question of removal of the President has been referred to by the heads of government to a tribunal, and the tribunal has advised the Commission that the President ought to remove from office for inability or misbehavior, Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 4. A tribunal first. That is the system, Mr. Speaker. If at least 3 heads of government, in the case of the President, jointly represent to the other heads of government, or if the Commission decides, in the case of any other judge, that the question of removing the President or the judge from office ought to be investigated, then the heads of government or the Commission shall appoint a tribunal which shall consist of a chairman and not less than 2 other members selected by the heads of government or the Commission, as the case may be, after such consultations as may be considered expedient from among persons who hold or have held office as a judge of a court of unlimited jurisdiction in civil and criminal matters in some part of the Commonwealth, Mr. Speaker, or in a state exercising civil law jurisprudence common to contracting parties, or a court having jurisdiction in appeals from any such courts. And the tribunal shall inquire into the matter and advise the heads of government or the Commission, as the case may be, whether or not the President or judge ought to be removed from office, Mr. Speaker. These are the conditions, Mr. Speaker, in an agreement, and that agreement was signed, Mr. Speaker, it was signed, Mr. Speaker, by the heads of government, Lester Bood, 14 February 2001, Owen Arthur, February 2001, Said Musa, February 2001, Keith Mitchell, February 2001, Clement Rowe for the government of Guyana, February 2001, Percival J. Patterson for the government of Jamaica, 14th of February 2001, Denzel Douglas for the government of Southern Kitts, 14th February 2001, Kennedy Anthony for the government of St. Lucia, 14th February 2001, and Ralph Gonzalez for the government of St. Vincent, 15th of February 2003, and the government of the Republic of Venice of Suriname, 14th February 2001, and Basilio Pandey for the government of Trinidad and Tobago, 14th February 2001, Mr. Speaker. That is the agreement, Mr. Speaker, that established the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so what we're doing today, Mr. Speaker, is, since St. Lucia already is involved in the Caribbean Court of Justice as far as matters that do not relate to criminality, etc., matters according to the revised treaty of Chaguaramas, Mr. Speaker, we are taking the next logical step, Mr. Speaker. The next logical step, which is making the Caribbean Court of Justice the final appellant court for all matters that relate to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the CCJ will make justice accessible to the people of St. Lucia. For the last 16 years, Mr. Speaker, there have only been 17 cases that have gone to the Privy Council. For the last 16 years, only 17 cases from St. Lucia has gone to the Privy Council. An average of 1 case per year. And you're talking about justice being accessible. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the ordinary St. Lucian cannot afford to go to the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker. It's inconvenient, Mr. Speaker, and it's costly. And the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker, what it has made justice more accessible to the regular and the ordinary person in the country, including criminals, including people who have been charged or been convicted for criminal offenses. It makes justice accessible to them so they can get a free and fair trial at all levels, Mr. Speaker, of the justice system, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think today the choice that we are making, Mr. Speaker, is whether we think that we are capable of making quality, independent judicial decisions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether we have the intellectual and moral capability to produce worthy judges in a country that has produced 2 Nobel laureates, Mr. Speaker. Whether we can produce legal luminaries at the level of the national courts and the OECS Court of Appeal, but not at the highest level, Mr. Speaker. I refuse to accept that, Mr. Speaker. I refuse to accept that we cannot have a group of men and women, 7 men and women, who after this rigorous procedure cannot deliver justice fairly, Mr. Speaker, to the people of St. Lucia. And talking about the judges, Mr. Speaker, you must note that the judges do not have to come from the region. They can come from anywhere in the world. Right now, there's somebody from the Netherlands who is a member of the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. So we can get talent once the talent meets the requirements of the agreement, Mr. Speaker. And the agreement says, in making appointments to the office of the judge, regard shall be had to the following criteria: high moral character, intellectual and analytical ability, sound judgment, integrity, and understanding of people and society. Understanding of people and society. Mr. Speaker, Sir Alan Lewis was a federal Supreme Court judge during the West Indies Federation. Sir Daniel Alexander could have been the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Mr. Speaker. Was the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Sir Daniel Alexander. These are solutions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are other significant members of the judiciary who have become judges. Sir Dennis Byron, Sir Vincent Frosa, men of impeccable legal ability who have done the job. In that case, one of them being the President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is a shame that as a people, we should be so afraid of ourselves as a people. We should have such lack of confidence in our ability as a nation to be skeptical or even to oppose the Caribbean Court of Justice as being the final court of appeal, Mr. Speaker, when all the limitations, when all effort has been taken to ensure that the court is independent, that the court is free of political influences, and that the judges in the court are men of high judicial knowledge and experience, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on 14th of February, when Prime Minister Kenny Anthony of St. Lucia signed the agreement establishing the CCJ, St. Lucia subsequently ratified this agreement. St. Lucia, as a contracting party, agreed that decisions of its Court of Appeal will lie to the CCJ. Accession to the appellant jurisdiction of CCJ will ensure that St. Lucia falls into full compliance with its solemn international obligation, completing the groundwork carefully laid by Dr. Anthony. St. Lucia has contributed its fair share to the CCJ Trust Fund, whose purpose is to provide the resources necessary to finance the capital and operating budget of the courts and the Commission for a long time. St. Lucia has therefore paid millions of dollars for an asset which it is not making use of, Mr. Speaker. The jurisprudence of the CCJ is regarded regionally and internationally with the utmost respect. Decisions of the CCJ are cited with approval in other courts, regionally and internationally, including the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. The legal profession in Guyana, Barbados, Belize, and Dominica are fully satisfied with the jurisprudence and services offered by the CCJ. Mr. Speaker, the argument is used sometimes, self-serving argument, that only 4 countries are members of the CCJ as far as a final appellate court, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the argument is flawed because the constitutions of these countries are basically different. And St. Lucia tested it when we sought an opinion from the court as to whether St. Lucia needs a referendum to go into the CCJ. Mr. Speaker, a referendum to go to the CCJ will most likely not yield the results of what it is there for, which is to go into the CCJ. Because politicians will intervene, politicians will interfere, politicians will cloud the judgment, and we may get a situation where it does not truly reflect the pros and cons, Mr. Speaker, of going into the CCJ, Mr. Speaker. And there is no legal basis for a referendum, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is more expensive, very expensive, to pursue an appeal to the Privy Council, Mr. Speaker, than it is to appeal to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, pursuing an appeal to the Privy Council is cost prohibitive. That is why there's only been an average of 1 appeal per year for the last 16 years, Mr. Speaker. Ascension to the CCJ makes it possible for more people to appeal to the highest court, Mr. Speaker. The CCJ's case filing and case management is second to none. Long before the pandemic, the CCJ modeled electronic filing and electronic case management well ahead of other courts in the region, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike the OECS state of Grenada, Antigua and Barbados, I've said so before, St. Lucia does not need a referendum to accede to the CCJ. And this has been confirmed, I said several times before, by the Eastern Caribbean Court of Appeal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nor it is ideal that the step be taken by popular referendum, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, none of the momentous steps in St. Lucia's history was referred to a referendum. Mr. Speaker, there was no referendum to impose slavery on us. We never went to a referendum to say whether we should be slaves or to have universal adult suffrage, Mr. Speaker, or to join the West Indies Federation, or to become an associated state, or to become independent. Mr. Speaker, we as a government, having met all the requirements, having stated to the people that that is our intention, having formed a committee of ascension to the CCJ, and that committee will continue its work, Mr. Speaker. We have, and having the necessary majority in Parliament, we have a legal, we have a constitutional, and we have a moral right to take St. Lucia into the Caribbean Court of Justice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, that going to the CCJ is the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Justice cannot be the purview of a few, Mr. Speaker. All St. Lucians, all citizens have a right to justice at the highest level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I really wish to say that it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that in 2023, we can have people who still believe that colonialism had a conscience. Who still believe, Mr. Speaker, that the people of this region cannot determine their own destiny. That we cannot find a group, 7 or 9 men and women of high intellectual and judicial value and respect who cannot take decisions after the system, from the magistrates court to the high court to the Supreme Court, they cannot take decisions based on what happened down there, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy that the young people of St. Lucia are listening to those who do not want to give them a chance, who do not want to allow them to reach the highest levels of intellectual, of scientific, of political levels in this country, who believe that they are not capable, who believe that we have to only go to our colonial masters, who believe that what exists outside in Canada is better than what exists in St. Lucia, who are ashamed to say that they are products of St. Lucia, but instead they are products of Canada, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that the young people of St. Lucia are listening, Mr. Speaker. And this giant step, and as I said before, this giant step started by Kenny Anthony and continuing with us, Mr. Speaker. That is how we are. We are a river, we flow, we are a stream, Mr. Speaker. It starts one end and it ends somewhere else, Mr. Speaker. And today, this government, this Labour Party government, is enforcing and showing its confidence after following all the constitutional and consultative requirements. We are proud to say that we're going to ask this House to finally remove us from the shackles of colonialism and thank them for the time. But we can say to them, we thank you, but our time has come to go. We love you, but we can't stay with you any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Vieux-Fort South.
Good break, yeah.
Much obliged to you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic debate. Historic for the people of St. Lucia, for the Parliament of St. Lucia, for the people of our Caribbean civilization, and for me personally. And I ask, Mr. Speaker, that you allow me some leeway as I share the moments of personal significance of the occurrence today. I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, that we are graced with the presence of students today, and I hope that they will have the patience to listen to this debate in possibly its entirety, because we are all going to be speaking to history today. And it's going to be so important that history resonates, not just in what we say, but also what we do, what we think, what we believe, what we practice. But let me return, Mr. Speaker, to the moment of personal significance of which I mentioned a few moments ago. And this is not really to blow any personal trumpet, but I am sometimes mystified by what we seem to have calmly forgotten, our history, our past, what we have achieved, what we have not achieved, what we have done, what we have not done. All seem to disappear into the night of history. I am mindful of the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this is the second amendment to the Constitution of St. Lucia since independence 44 years ago. We have had this Constitution now for 44 years, and this is the second amendment. As fate would have it, I featured in the very first amendment to this Constitution an amendment to Section 25, subsection A, to reduce the age of appointment to the Senate from 30 years to 21 years. And how did this happen, Mr. Speaker? When the St. Lucia Labour Party won the general elections of 1979, Mr. Speaker, and after the general elections, I was approached by the then incumbent Prime Minister Alan Louisi at my house at Safi near PI, preparing to return to the university to complete a master's degree. So Alan said to me, "We had a rough night last night." I said, "How come?" "Well, we had a rough night because, you see, there was an issue about who should become Prime Minister." And I'm saying this publicly for the first time. I said, "Really? Why would that happen?" He said, "Well, you know, your good friend George Odlum and Peter Josie, they raised the issue of who should be Prime Minister after the general election. And after much argument and debate, I was compelled to come to an agreement. And essentially the agreement was that I would be Prime Minister for 6 months. Thereafter, I will hand over the post to the deceased George Odlum." That's the story. That's the real, what actually happened. There was no pre-election agreement. It happened that night. And then he said to me, "But there was a happier note that all of us agreed that you should become the Minister of Education of St. Lucia, and you will do so by appointment to the Senate." By then I had some familiarity with the Constitution and said to him, "Listen, I can't be a senator. I'm sorry, I can't take up the post. Because the Constitution says that to be a senator, to be appointed to the Senate, you have to be 30, and I am only at the time 28, so I couldn't be a senator." He says, "Well, don't worry. We want to check the Constitution out, but we believe that we can amend it by a 2/3 majority and reduce the age from 30 to 21. I then told him I'll give it some consideration and let him know. In the end, I accepted on the ground that I would be made a special advisor in the Ministry of Education, a de facto Minister of Education, to supervise the Ministry of Education until such time that the amendment was made. But as fate would have it, that amendment became a victim of the warfare between Odlum and Alan Louisi. And I'm going to share with this House something else you don't know, but as history calls me, I answer. And I allow you to share this information because it will also help you to understand why I have been the individual that I have been as leader of the party that all of you are members of, and at one time your government. In 1980, we had a common entrance examination in St. Lucia, and it fell to me as de facto minister at the time to allocate places in secondary schools. A minister whom I shall not name came to me and said, look, my son did not get the required pass mark to go to St. Mary's College, but you will fix up business for me and make sure that he's accepted and he enters St. Mary's College. I looked at him and said, no, I'm not doing that. I cannot do that. Because we have just introduced a new system of allocation of students to secondary schools based on the fairness of the common entrance examination, and it had to start with us. We needed to make a clear statement to the public that as ministers we would follow the rules and disavow the perception that we're all in office for ourselves and for our benefit. The minister looked at me and said to me, well, if you're not going to allow my son to go to St. Mary's College, then when it comes to amending this constitution, you will see my position or hear my position loud and clear. Obviously, the majority then was a 12-5 in Parliament, so that if that minister had withdrawn his support, then the number would have been reduced to 11 and the possibility less than 11, and the amendment would not have carried. I stood my ground. The Prime Minister came to me and said, but that's a minor matter, why don't you? I said, Sir Alan, you're a former judge. You need to support me. I can't do this. I'm not doing it. You can have the post and I'll go about my business. He said to me, there's no need for that. No need for that. As fate again would have it, we had this devastating hurricane. This matter was deferred and it dragged and dragged. I resigned the first time, and then eventually they decided to go through with the amendment to the Constitution. But by then I was 30 and there was no need for the amendment to be done for my benefit. In reality, the amendment was done for the incoming generation. That is the story behind why you had that first amendment to the Constitution, and the age was reduced to 21. Of course, if I had my way, that age would have been reduced to 18 years. So that was the first episode. Then, in this instance before us today with the Caribbean Court of Justice, you will note that the member for Castries East in his presentation referred to the fact that the agreement was signed in 2001. That tells you something. Because between 1996 and 1997, I served as General Counsel at the CARICOM Secretariat and had the responsibility to begin the process of preparing the draft for the agreement that was signed. In fact, that draft agreement was prepared by Duke Pollard, who subsequently became a judge of the Caribbean Court of Justice. But it was my responsibility. I saw to that first draft, to that initial draft of what we eventually signed. I have therefore always been part of the thinking, part of the fiber, what makes the Caribbean Court of Justice. And today you're asking me to come to this house and suggest that I should oppose the accession to the Caribbean Court of Justice on the grounds that you need a referendum, when I was one of those who was an author and part and parcel of that agreement that created that court. Oh, could you have the temerity to come to me with that kind of message? And of course, when I had the honor to be the Prime Minister of this country in 1997, CARICOM assigned the responsibility for justice and governance to me. So I then had the responsibility to secure agreement to establish the Caribbean Court of Justice, to persuade my colleagues to persuade the member states of CARICOM to establish the Caribbean Court of Justice and bring it to life. That's another story, that's another episode. I don't even know if people understand why the Caribbean Court of Justice was ever established in Trinidad and Tobago when Trinidad and Tobago is not a signatory to the appellate jurisdiction of the court. Very simple. The then Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago suggested to his colleagues with my support that we should allow Trinidad and Tobago to establish a court in Trinidad and Tobago if only it would help to persuade those persons in Trinidad who oppose the Caribbean Court of Justice that Trinidad and Tobago would have a valid stake in that court by the fact that the presence of the court was in Trinidad and Tobago. That's the story why it's there in Trinidad and Tobago. And we bought the argument. So that's the story of that court. As you may have heard, the Caribbean Court of Justice was formally inaugurated in Port of Spain on April 16, 2005. And there I had the opportunity to deliver an address as the Prime Minister with responsibility for governance and justice, which I did on the theme, quote, Leap of Enlightenment. But here in St. Lucia, we lost the momentum to establish the court. We lost the general election in 2006, and following our return in 2011, we resumed the efforts to establish the court. At the time, and as you know today, we needed a 2/3 majority to amend the Constitution, but we had an 11-seat majority. It was 11 seats to 6. Which, if you translated it into 2/3, would have been roughly 11.33. And if you notice, the member for Castries North is looking at me very closely because he's wondering, when am I going to get to him? Yes, I'm going to get to him now. For safety's sake, we determined that it was not wise to proceed on the basis of an 11-6 majority, but to go at a majority of 12-5 because given that the 2/3 was 11.33, we did not want that to be an issue to be litigated in the courts of what really constituted a minor thing like a 2/3 majority. So we played it safe. And we wanted to put the issue beyond doubt. I then engaged the member for Castries North, and at the time he was the leader of the opposition. We had private discussions on the matter. I reminded him of the position of the founder of the United Workers' Party, Sir John Compton, and former member of this House, who in his public pronouncements had repeatedly said that he supported the Caribbean Court of Justice. But then, unfortunately, a new leader was elected for the United Workers' Party, and the honorable member was exiled to the backbenches. He was exiled to the backbenches, and the new leader of the United Workers' Party made the position absolutely clear. And of course, that new leader was the member for Micoud South. Faced with that issue, we then had to contend with the other issue as to whether there was any veracity in the common view that we needed a referendum. And at that stage, we decided that a better approach would be to ask the Court of Appeal for an advisory opinion on whether St. Lucia needed a referendum. The court confirmed there was no requirement for a referendum, and I will certainly want to go through that issue in a few moments. Armed with the advisory opinion of the court, we wrote to the British government whose agreement was required, as explained to you by the Prime Minister and a member for Castries East. An amending bill was drafted, did its first reading in Parliament, But at last, we did not complete the process as the general elections of 2016 intervened. Now, the honor of completing this process of accession belongs to the member for Castries East, who achieved this remarkable majority at the general election of 2021. And it is this remarkable majority that has given us the key to unlock that door to ensure that we can complete that parliamentary process. So today, Mr. Speaker, I do not speak to the assembled parliamentarians. I know they can listen if they wish to, but I'm not going to speak to them. I am sorry, I also did not intend to speak to the opposition, but I hope even if they were there, they might have cast their eye and maybe picked up one or two things that they could have understood. But I would not have been speaking to them, because I know what the position is. Rather, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the people of St. Lucia. I want to ask them to give me a listening ear. I want to ask them to give me a moment of constitutional and possibly ideological indulgence. A little bit. I'm getting on in age. I'm entitled to it, Mr. Speaker. I ask them to allow me to persuade them that our accession to the Caribbean Court of Justice is indeed a leap of enlightenment. Just give me a few moments to explain why I believe it is so important that we take that step and why I support the initiative to do so. In that effort, I want to do a couple of things. I want to share a little bit of the history of the Caribbean Court of Justice, a little bit of the past. I want, in different terms than that of the member for Castries East, to answer the question, do we need a referendum? Is the opposition correct or simply mischievous and opportunistic that it should call for a referendum? And then I want to return to a theme again addressed by the member for Castries East, the issue of expanding access to justice. Then I want to also to touch on the issue of whether the Caribbean Court of Justice is truly an independent court, again touching on his point, but in my own style, perhaps addressing it in a different way. And I also want to address this issue of reforms to the judiciary and to handle or touch the argument that is posited that you should fix up the whole judiciary before you accede to the jurisdiction of the Caribbean Court of Justice. I want to touch on that, because those who make that proposal, I want to ask them, why is it from our colonial days to the days of our independence, and now 44 years after, the Privy Council has never been able to bring any reform to the judicial system of the Caribbean? Why? What's the issue? Now, Mr. Speaker, to some extent, I have to accept that this debate is misplaced. And I want you to forgive me and listen to me carefully why I say this. Those of us who have engaged in this debate over the years, Mr. Speaker, often speak about accession in philosophical and ideological terms. We say, for example, that accession will complete our circle of independence. It will complete the repatriation of our Constitution, meaning that this Constitution will come back to us. It will be part of our grand norm. We created it, it's ours. Those who see it that way. And then, of course, there are those who say that if we do this, it will affirm and express our identity as a people and civilization, and it is part of that unfolding process. I have come to accept, Mr. Speaker, that while these principles are sacred to some of us, sacrosanct to some of us, these principles mean little or nothing to the citizens of our region. They are not preoccupied with issues of completing the circle of our independence, or even though it matters so much. It matters to people like me, it matters to judicial personnel, it matters to academics, it matters who have a sense of what the Caribbean civilization should be, it matters, but rank and file, for them, it is of little significance. Our people seem to me to be preoccupied with the issue of access to justice, to the quality of justice, justice that is delivered by judges who are fair, independent, impartial, and clothed in integrity. That's what they seem to be preoccupied with. You know what St. Lucians are preoccupied with, Mr. Speaker? They are occupied with what is happening in our magistrates' courts. And I am not saying anything out of turn when I say, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucians who are listening to me and listening to the rest of you, they're going to be preoccupied with why our courthouses, St. Beaufort, have been closed for months. The magistrates' courts have been closed for months. And you can't be talking about access to justice in these matters if we don't resolve those issues. Because this is where, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of the justice that we speak of takes place. And we have not grasped the importance and significance of that first rung of the judicial ladder, the magistracy. These are the things our people are concerned about. The quality of justice, accessing justice, whether our judges are independent, whether they're impartial, whether they're delivered quality to them. They're not interested in the philosophical and ideological issues, sad to say. But we are, because it means my generation, it means a lot. You see, we came out of a certain kind of social matrix. We were the children of the Black Power movement, of black nationalism. That's where we came from. We knew what the value of an Afro was and what statement it made and what it meant. We knew all those things. And for us, it is a completion of that journey of self-identity. So for us, it's a big issue. But unfortunately, for the majority of people, they don't see it that way. Theirs is more immediate. Theirs is more immediate. And I believe that part of the problem with the CCJ has been that the debate has been misplaced. We did not explain enough to the people of our region, to the people of St. Lucia, how this court, by its establishment, will change the issue of access to justice, the quality of justice, and will make a difference in their lives. That it is not just a question of having judges, but it is also a question of having judges who understand our region, who understand the culture of the region, who understand the people of the region, who understand what it means when somebody takes a house, builds a house on government lands, because they have nowhere else to turn, and the court says, well, you did so, but let us look at what you did against the rights that you may have had, and of course the rights of the owner of the land crown. But who understand why this is happening. I'm not going to quote Bible and verse of famous cases to you. This is not the day for that. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, let me warn you, don't even bother look at that clock. Because you see, today I probably will likely speak more than an hour. I believe I've earned it, Mr. Speaker. All right. Now, so Mr. Speaker, we focused on the lofty ideals regarding the establishment of the court, but not the things people are concerned with. And in this debate, this is where we have to go to share with them those concerns. Having said this, I want to very quickly, Mr. Speaker, touch a little bit of the history of the court. The first thing I want the people of St. Lucia to know and to understand is, look, The idea of a Caribbean court to replace the Privy Council is nothing new. In fact, it has been in existence for over 122 years. It was an idea whose seed was planted 122 years and possibly more. There's nothing new. This was not something that Caribbean governments rushed into because it was fashionable. We knew from judicial practice that we had to take that leap of faith at some point. So, when you go back into our historical times, ironically, the idea first emerged in Jamaica when the Gleaner newspaper mentioned in 1901 that thinking men believe that the Judicial Committee has served its turn and is now out of joint with the condition of the times. Now, that was said in 1901. In 1901. And do you know that the language that the Gleaner newspaper used, you would think that it is the language that would be said today because it resonates. They said, thinking men believe that the Judicial Committee has served its turn and is now out of joint with the conditions of the times. And this is really what you're saying. The Privy Council is out of joint with the conditions of the times. We have grown up. We are mature people. We are confident civilization. We have learned to manage our affairs. We have learned to make our mistakes and correct our mistakes. What more do you want of a civilization? Then, Mr. Speaker, we might want to say that sometime in 1970, the efforts to establish such a court assumed new momentum. But the most significant development occurred in 1972 when the Organization of Commonwealth Caribbean Bar Associations, OCBA, established a committee to examine the issue of creating a Caribbean Court of Appeal to replace the Privy Council. And then, of course, that report was prepared by the esteemed jurist, the first principal of the Norman Manley Law School, Aubrey Fraser, advocating for the replacement of the Judicial Council with an indigenous regional court. The next important step was, in fact, in 1989, when the idea became more firmly rooted, coming out of the Grand Anne's Declaration of 1989, which established what became known as the Ramphal Commission. And then when that commission reported in 1992, they said in their famous report, Time for Action, quote, "The case for a CARICOM Supreme Court with both a general appellate jurisdiction and an original one is now overwhelming. Indeed, it is fundamental to the process of integration." And that's, apart from history, the second most powerful reason that if we wanted to support Caribbean integration, then we had to establish a regional court to underpin the existence of integration. And as you can see, the benefits have already begun to flow. From then, it was a matter of giving the direction of which I spoke. 1992, report took its time to be circulated, to be shared. 1996, 97, my own arrival at the CARICOM Secretariat and the finalization of the preliminary draft of this agreement, this international agreement, this treaty to establish the court. And that is a synopsis. There is so much more. Now, you will understand, therefore, why I say to you today that for me this has a lot of personal significance. I'm going to bet you, Mr. Speaker, that most of them around this table They're not aware of the history that I speak. They may have sat around the table and made decisions, but they're not aware of that history. They're not even aware how intimately I was involved in that process. Well, don't forget the people of St. Lucia. And so, if I speak in emotive terms, if I speak with renewed vigor and spirit, it is only because as I prepare to signal my departure at the appropriate time, I am dealing with an issue that resonates with me, an issue of immense personal significance. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Castries said it. I don't know why we doubt ourselves. I don't know why we doubt our abilities, our intellect, our competence and brilliance. I don't know why we want to teach the children who are here, the students who are here today, that we are not some of the brightest people around in this world. I don't know why in the region we have this tension, this capacity to devalue ourselves. You can't tell me anybody from Oxford is better than me. I'm as good as any one of them. Any one of them, anywhere. We have to stop this nonsense. We have to stop this nonsense. And it is not a statement of my bigotry that I'm as good. I'm only pointing out that we have to stop it. And we need to understand that we are special people in our region. We have gifts. We must celebrate what we have. And I'm going to come to that in a few minutes. You know, recently I had the unfortunate moment to read that Peter Minshall was dead. Which wasn't true, it was actually fake news. Real fake news, and Peter Minshall quickly came out and said, that's not so, but you know, forget for a moment our Derek Walker and Sir Arthur Lewis, and you heard the brilliant lecture delivered by the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies. It's not everything he said I agree with, by the way. I have my differences with what he says, but and his interpretation of certain things, there will always be differences. Yeah. But he was making the point of that very special place that we have in the region. And we doubt ourselves because we don't appreciate and we don't know what we have created. And I'm going to remind, because the Prime Minister, the member for Castries, he's touched on it, but we need to remind ourselves of some of the accomplishments that we have had, because you see, we lawyers, we don't have a way we celebrate what we do, you know. We celebrate what we do by the cases we win in court and whether we get a good judgment or bad judgment, but sometimes we don't fully appreciate what we had. I had to remind a member for Castries East when he mentioned Sir Darnley Alexander, that he was the first Chief Justice of an independent Nigeria. He was a St. Lucian. And you know where he came from? He came from Soufrière. That's where he came from. That's where he came from. When the African countries wanted persons to head their judiciaries, they turned to Caribbean lawyers to head the judiciary and to guide them in their post-independence period. Caribbean lawyers filled the office of Chief Justice of Kenya, of Nigeria, and of Zimbabwe. I spoke of Sir Darnley, but of course, the brilliant Telford Georges, my dear friend Telford Georges, who when he left the Court of Appeal in Trinidad and Tobago, found himself in Africa to be Chief Justice. Indeed, the leaders of the bar in this region have long been the professionals of choice throughout the Caribbean, as of course they continue to be. And West Indian lawyers have held some of the highest judicial offices in the world. We provided a judge to the world's most senior judicial body, the International Court of Justice in The Hague. A Caribbean national was there. A West Indian lawyer was chairman of the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea in Hamburg. Our region provided judges to the Yugoslav and Rwanda War Crimes Tribunal. Our venerable former Chief Justice and former President of the Caribbean Court of Justice, Sir Dennis Byron, was head of that tribunal in Rwanda. We have held the chairmanship of the Inter-American Judicial Tribunal. And now we have the distinction of providing one of the first judges of the International Criminal Court. Let me tell you, we have a habit when we're evaluating Derek Walcott. We say we have the highest per capita of Nobel Prize winners in our country. But let me tell you something you don't know. In per capita terms, I doubt if any other community in the world has served the worldwide cause of justice more comprehensively and more consistently than the Caribbean. I doubt it. No civilization has had so much influence on the dispensation of justice in the world than Caribbean jurists and Caribbean lawyers. I stand by that. I stand by it. Don't come and tell me about Privy Council was to be final appellate court. That was under duress. Oh, it's under duress. The Privy Council operated under the umbrella of colonialism. They were an instrument of colonialism. They implemented the colonial agenda. And I'm going to digress, and I'm going to cause a little bit of offense too. Because make no mistake that Privy Council is about implementing the imperial agenda and the ideological agenda of the British government, you know. Make no mistake about that, you know. You know why hanging is a problem in the Caribbean? Hanging is an issue in the Caribbean. Every opportunity that the Privy Council gets to repudiate a hanging in the Caribbean, a sentence of hanging, it takes that opportunity and finds some reason to overturn the judgment of a Caribbean court. Why? Because the British government has taken an ideological position that hanging will no longer be tolerated, and the Privy Council has been its instrument to implement that philosophy. Now, this is where I disagree with the judges in the Caribbean. Because they allow themselves to be blinded by something called, we lawyers call precedent, and apply the precedents created by the Privy Council. But the reasoning of the Privy Council in those cases is nothing more than ideological. It is implementing the agenda of the Europeans and of the British. That's what it is. That is what it has been. All along. All along. But we refuse to call a spade a spade. That's in our nature. We recoil. And when I stand in this house and I say, I'm going to call you, I don't care if you like me or not, I'm going to call a spade, that's the kind of thing that I mean. That's calling a spade a spade. So, Mr. Speaker, let us be very clear ourselves. There's no need to doubt ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Against that background, Mr. Speaker, I now want to come to this referendum question and ask whether we need a referendum. Do we need a referendum? No, it sounds good, doesn't it? Member for Castries, he said it well. It sounds good. Consult the people. If you go and consult the people, hear their views, you have a referendum. Consult the people, you are acceding to democracy. So I want to ask, if that is the case, why then you have created a constitution that allows you to amend some sections in your constitution by a specified majority, whether it's 2/3 or 3/4, but yet in some of those sections you say that you must go to the people of the country and get a secure referendum, and not just a referendum, but a specified percentage of votes before you can amend this constitution. It is clear that our constitution, the framers of our constitution understood that there were some provisions in this constitution that did not need a referendum, but there are others, because of their importance, their significance, it had to go to the people to make a final decision. That's the nature of the constitution we have. The tragedy is that very few provisions in this constitution can be amended by a 2/3 majority as we are doing today. The vast majority require significant engagement of the public. So this constitution acts actually ensures that people are part of the lawmaking process when it comes to amending our Constitution. That's what we have. And by the way, for those of you who are Anglophiles, by the way, that's not what the British Constitution says. The British Constitution hardly know about the thing called referendum, you know. It's not enshrined, nothing is enshrined in the British Constitution, although you might want to argue that Bill of Rights, the UK Bill of Rights, is somewhat entrenched. They don't have a written constitution, you know. But you know what? They put us through all of this because they felt that we can't handle ourselves, we couldn't trust ourselves. That's the bottom line, you know. And you're so faithful to the untruths that the British bequeath us that you yourselves believe in it too. Now you mustn't trust yourself, it's better go and trust the Englishman. That's where we are. That's the reality that we have. That's the reality that we have. But Mr. Speaker, every government in the Caribbean that has had a referendum in obedience to their constitution have run into trouble. Oh, everyone. Antigua got into trouble. Grenada got into trouble. St. Vincent got in trouble. And the Bahamas got in trouble. Let me tell you how perverse it was in the Bahamas. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that in the Bahamas, the Bahamian man can marry an outsider, and that outsider is entitled to citizenship under the Bahamian Constitution. The Bahamian woman, on the other hand, if she marries a man from outside, now you understand why the Bahamian women don't like to marry people from the rest of the region. If she marries a man from outside, that man is not entitled to citizenship. You understand what I'm saying? Now, a very patriotic, bright, sharp prime minister, a dear friend of mine, decided that couldn't be right. And since they were in the era of clamoring for the rights of women, he will go to the electorate, he'll propose an amendment to the Bahamian Constitution and ask the Bahamian people to vote in a referendum as prescribed by the Constitution to equalize the treatment of women in the Bahamian Constitution, to give women the same rights that men in the Bahamas have. You know what happened when he went to the Constitution? He lost it. You would have imagined that the people of the Bahamas so enlightened that in this day and age they get an opportunity to amend the Constitution to treat women equally like men. And they turn it down. And you must have had women in the Bahamas who also turn it down. And you know why? Because they became the victim of the ignorance of the politics that we have. Because instead of voting on the virtues and benefits of the referendum, what they went to do was to vote against the government because they don't like the government. That's what's happened in all of these islands. And unless, mark my words, unless you do not get agreement between an opposition and a government to amend those deeply entrenched provisions in this Constitution, we're not going to get anywhere. I mean, there was one country, and there are some countries who have life easier. Barbados can amend its Constitution easily. They don't have no referenda requirements. Trinidad is another that can amend its Constitution fairly easy. In Jamaica, they amended their Bill of Rights and created a new Bill of Rights, patterning it against the Bill of Rights in Canada because their constitution was much more facilitated. That's the reason why. So referenda are not tools to play with. What the opposition really wants is to go for a referendum, waste a pile of money going up and down the country shouting and screaming, talking about the usual things. That's what they want, you know. It's political embarrassment and political mischief. Because they feel if they go for a referendum, it's really a vote they want. They want to see what the chronometer is saying about the government, etc. That's really what they want to cause mischief. But you know what? You cannot, on the one hand, claim that you are faithful to the Constitution, you respect the Constitution, and then on the other hand, what you are doing effectively is to try to denature the Constitution, violate the very same Constitution by imposing a requirement which the Constitution does not impose. That's what you're doing. You have no respect for the Constitution. If you can't appoint a deputy speaker for 5 years, how can you come to me and claim you're respecting the Constitution? You want referendum. How can you do that? And why should anybody believe you? Why should anybody believe you? You create a precedent. And there's one lesson I have learned as Prime Minister. Succeeding Prime Ministers better understand it. Let me tell you something. A constitution can never be a complete document. It can never anticipate all the problems you will have. A constitution is just bones. Some will have more bones than others because they're more detailed. You will meet situations in public life that you never dreamed of or you never thought possible. And the Constitution will have no answers. But you know what? You know how we deal with it? As our society develops, as we become more sophisticated, as our politics evolves, we try to create certain conventions and practices to fill in the gaps. We are a young nation, 44 years old. I was around when independence occurred in 79. I was around. We are a young nation. We are hard on ourselves. We don't understand that we are evolving. We will not get it right all the time. We will make mistakes. But we can't afford to be as hard on ourselves because say what they will. We have been able to govern and manage ourselves notwithstanding all the problems we have had. We have done it. We have done it. Yes, we have problems, we have issues. But one thing I've learned is this. When I look back at the last couple of years and what happened with the tenure of the last government. When I went to Parliament in the past, Mr. Speaker, and I notice I haven't called your name for a while, Mr. Speaker. When we introduced legislation, sometimes I acted in the belief, which turned out to be wrong and naive, that my successor would understand why certain legislative postures were adopted, and that in turn, having come to power, will respect what was created and apply it. Whether we want to admit it or not, that was an important lesson from the tenure of John Compton, Sir John Compton. And he applied it in the context of the Deputy Speaker. When you see the Labour Party agreed after the debacle of 79, after they were almost annihilated politically, to accept the Deputy Speaker position. In those days, it was understood between the two that it was an agreement between the parties. When we lost the general election of 2006, he sent the member for Castries North to me and asked me whether I would accept or would agree to one of my members being Deputy Speaker, and I told him I will have none of it. Why? Because in the face of that victory, I needed to protect my 6 members to be sure that we can deliver the punches we needed to deliver. But you know what he did? He promptly resolved it by appointing one of his elected members as Deputy Speaker. And that didn't stop the relationship talking to each other. Never did. Because you see, you act on the basis that there are conventions that fill in gaps in your political practice, and so you're going to rely on those conventions. Now, I had expected that the honorable member for Miku South would have understood that and would have dealt with the Deputy Speaker situation. Because, you know why? You know why? Because it is important for the people of the country to see that you are being faithful to the Constitution which they accepted should govern them. That's why you do those things. It doesn't have political benefits like it will necessarily win you votes, but what it does, it maintains the sanctity of your fundamental document, the document you say that governs your life. That's what it is. But I'm happy that there will be an amendment, and I would want to give meaning to this when it is convenient at that time. So, we now come to this matter of this referendum.
Member for Vieux South, you have 10 minutes left.
No, Mr. Speaker. I'm certain that honorable members would agree that I deserve an hour and possibly more, but I'll take an hour.
Member for Denry North.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to invoke 4210 in the standing orders to allow the honourable member for Vieux South an additional 30 minutes within which to complete this presentation. You want some? You want? Okay. Mr. Speaker, correction. Permit me to suspend 42.8 to allow the parliamentary representative for Vieux South an additional hour within which to complete his presentation on the bill before the House.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 32.8 be suspended to allow the member for Vieux South an additional 60 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. Leave is granted. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very, very much. I'm sorry I had to extract that from the member for Denry North, but never mind, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the question, do we need a referendum? As I said earlier, this matter has bedeviled our efforts, and the government, which I led out of deference to the minority who insisted, decided to put the matter to the court, albeit for an advisory opinion. And we know that an advisory opinion is not a binding decision of the court. It is not the process of litigation before the court. It only offers an indication of how a court is likely to rule. And I really want to commend to everybody in this House to read the advisory opinion of the Court of Appeal. But I want to start by saying to the people of St. Lucia that as much as we may criticize the framers of our Constitution, nevertheless, it was very clear that the framers of our Constitution knew that the time would come when we would have had to sever links to the Privy Council. They knew that. And they reflected it in this document. And I want you to look at a particular section we'll be talking about, section 41.7, subsection A. Now, just look at it for a minute. 41. Right. First, in section 46, it says how you must amend the Constitution for those deeply entrenched provisions, the ones where you require like a 3/4 majority and a referendum. It says that you must have those specified majorities and you will have to have a referendum if you touch those sections. Like, for example, the sections dealing with your fundamental rights, freedom of association, freedom of expression, etc. Then it goes on to say, in subsection 7, the provision of paragraph B of subsection 6 of this section shall not apply in relation to any bill to alter. It is saying that the provision to have specified majorities to alter or change the deeply entrenched provisions of the Constitution, like the establishment of courts, your fundamental rights, etc., establishment of the House of Assembly, etc., and you require specified majorities and referendum. But in this instance specified under 41.7, you do not need that. It says, the provisions of paragraph B of section 6 of this section shall not apply in relation to any bill to alter, and it says, Section 107 of the Constitution in order to give effect to any agreement between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom concerning appeals from any court having jurisdiction in St. Lucia to Her Majesty in Council. What on earth does it mean? It simply means that this requirement for you to have a specified majority and to have a referendum for the deeply entrenched provisions of the Constitution does not apply in the case where you have an agreement with the British government and you enter into an international agreement, and of course where you deal with the matter of appeals to Her Majesty in Council, the Privy Council. It says, I'm going to repeat it. Section 107 of this Constitution, in order to give effect to any agreement between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom concerning appeals from any court having jurisdiction in St. Lucia to Her Majesty in Council. So you don't need to satisfy those earlier requirements about referenda, about specified majority, if you are dealing with an agreement regarding those appeals that go to the Privy Council, Her Majesty in Council. So what referendum you talking to me about? When you established the Caribbean Court of Justice, it was an agreement. It was an international agreement. Why do you have to write to Her Majesty's government? Well, it's not Her Majesty, it's the King's government these days. Why you have to write to the King's government about your decision to amend your constitution? Because it is in fulfillment of that requirement that you have entered into an agreement, an international agreement, a treaty, and you are saying to the King's government, we are ready to proceed and we need your concurrence. And of course the member for Castries East gave you the response of the British government. So the framers were clear, they understood. But you know what I find particularly fascinating, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, look at it. Look at it again. You know what I find fascinating, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you. Somehow, somebody knew and understood that somewhere in time, in history, that it may be possible to secure an agreement between CARICOM governments in the region. You understand, Mr. Speaker? To establish a court to replace the Privy Council. I am certain that is what at the back of their minds. Now, but then clear as this is, you still have problems. So we go to the advisory opinion, and then of course that section 41, which is a big issue, and I have referred to. When the talk of acceding to the Caribbean Court of Justice came around, obviously we looked at all the Caribbean constitutions to see what they had. The OECS constitutions, Dominica, Grenada, St. Kitts, etc. And then we noticed that the Commonwealth of Dominica had proceeded to the Caribbean Court of Justice, and its constitution had a nearly similar provision to ours. So the question arose, why Dominica and not St. Lucia, if the provisions in law we say are in pari materia, almost identical, but why them and not us? Now just to explain to you, I'm going to read the Dominica provision and read the St. Lucia provision so you can understand this thing a little better. Don't let them bamboozle you. There's no need to be bamboozled. Don't let them bamboozle you. Now, St. Lucia first. St. Lucia 41, section 41, subsection 7, subsection A. The provisions of paragraph B of subsection 6 of this section shall not apply in relation to any bill to alter. A. Section 107 of this Constitution, in order to give effect to any agreement between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom concerning appeals from any court having jurisdiction in St. Lucia to Her Majesty in Council. This is St. Lucia. Dominica now. And I'm looking at Dominica, section 42, subsection 4A. That's the equivalent. It says, The provisions of paragraph B of subsection 3 of this section shall not apply in relation to any bill to alter Section 106 of this Constitution in order to give effect to any agreement between Dominica and the United Kingdom concerning appeals from any court having jurisdiction in Dominica to the Judicial Committee. Now, if my students who are sitting out there sharp enough, they might pick up the little difference. Although they might need the aid of the Constitution, the difference is this. The section in the Dominica Constitution to which reference is made, that section 106 of the Constitution of Dominica, is not the same section that the Constitution of St. Lucia refers to. Section 106 of the Constitution of Dominica is referring to appeals from the Court of Appeal to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council. So in the Dominica case, the reference section was to appeals to the Privy Council, so the Dominica Constitution made it absolutely clear that the agreement you are talking about has to be in the context of dealing with the issue of appeals to the Privy Council. That's the first limb. Don't let them bamboozle you, I tell you. Now, said Lucian, what was the problem? Let's go back. St. Lucia says, the provisions of paragraph B of subsection 6 of this section shall not be applied in relation to any bill to alter Section 107 of this Constitution in order to give effect to any agreement between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom concerning appeals from any court having jurisdiction in St. Lucia to Her Majesty in Council. Now, when you take the St. Lucia Constitution, and we now go to Section 107, listen to what Section 107 says. And this is where the problem lies. Section 107 says, subject to the provisions of Section 39(8) of this Constitution, an appeal shall lie from decisions of the High Court to the Court of Appeal as of right in the following cases. Final decisions in any civil or criminal proceedings on questions as to the interpretation of this Constitution. Final decisions given in exercise of the jurisdiction conferred on the High Court by Section 16 of this Constitution, which relates to the enforcement of the fundamental rights provisions and such other cases as may be prescribed by Parliament. In other words, the section in Dominica is directing us to where the agreement should be with Her Majesty to the link, that is to the Privy Council. In our case, it is directing us to the decisions of the Court of Appeal. But who wants to change the structure of a Court of Appeal, a structure that is entrenched by agreement? You can't do that. Yes, Parliament can prescribe, certainly prescribe establishment of courts. So the question then became that if there is a variation in that the reference in St. Lucia was different from Dominica, then was there an error? No. You know us in the region. White men can't make mistakes, you know. I'm sorry for sounding that way. But we believe because, you see, it's white men in England, they who draft this Constitution and so on, they tell you I'm outrageous, I'm being racist. You know me already, they always say, you talk about my father, all kind of nonsense. But be that as it be. Since this Constitution was drafted by the Colonial Office, mind you, with the input of local politicians, they will tell you, them fellas in England can't make mistakes. The mistake is ours. We are the ones who make the mistake. That's them. That's them. But the reality is that it was a mistake because there's one other constitution like it which is similarly worded, and that is the Constitution of the Federation of St. Christopher and Nevis, and the reference, which I shall not bother to go through with you today, The reference in this constitution, despite the differences, the reference is identical to the Dominica constitution. And the court said they are fortified in their view that it was a mistake in the case of the Constitution of St. Lucia. So the question to be settled in St. Lucia, that is why we need to have respect for the decision of the court. The question is whether there was a mistake in the Constitution, and I'm now going to turn to the judgment of the court very briefly. In the majority opinion of the court, and they put that question very well. In fact, I'm going to read it out. I'm going to read it out to you. Question was whether the reference in section 41, subsection 7A of the Constitution should properly be to section 108 instead of section 107, and section 108 is what governs appeals to the Privy Council. If yes, was the reference to 107 an error? And the Chief Justice again put it differently. The question may essentially be stated thus. Is the reference to section 107 in section 41(7)A of the Constitution instead of 108 an error? That is a typographical or printing error which should be corrected, or does the section read as the framers of the Constitution intended it? That's how the Chief Justice put it. Now, we decided, as I said earlier, to refer the matter for an advisory opinion. And I want to just remind the public of who appeared before the court. It says Queen's Counsel appeared on behalf of some members of the St. Lucia Bar Association who put forward a legal opinion given by Dr. Lloyd Barnett, prepared at the request of the St. Lucia Bar Association. Counsel on behalf of the other members of the St. Lucia Bar Association. Counsel on behalf of the leader of the opposition in St. Lucia. So you see, the leader of the opposition at the time was represented. Also present at the hearing was Mr. Richard Williams, attorney at law, attending the proceedings on behalf of the Attorney General of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, whose constitution is said to contain a similar reference as section 47A of the St. Lucia Constitution. Now, there's a story about Lloyd Barnett, the eminent Caribbean jurist, because the Bar Association had engaged Lloyd Barnett to give an opinion as to whether there was error. Lloyd Barnett is famous, he's distinguished. He wrote one of the first constitutional treaties of Caribbean constitutions, the Constitution of Jamaica. And he has an incredible history in the courts of Jamaica. Do you know, Lloyd Barnett told the Bar Association that he agrees that there was an error in the Constitution. Distinguished counsel, you know. Told the very persons who recruited him to go and argue for them that he told them there was an error. And the judge makes reference to this subsequently. Now, the court concluded in really poignant language that there was an error in our Constitution, and this is what the Chief Justice said in paragraph 27. And I want to read it to you to put it on the record, because this debate is too important not to read those things into the record, and we need to do so today. This is what the judge said. The provisions of the Supreme Court order entrenched in section 41 subsection 6b do not deal with appeals to the Privy Council from any court in St. Lucia. It is therefore inconceivable as to what agreement could possibly be contemplated between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom regarding appeals from the High Court to the Court of Appeal, which is what section 107 concerns, as I tried to explain earlier, which would somehow concern appeals from any court in St. Lucia to the Privy Council. The reference to section 107 and 41(7)A, in my view, makes no sense whatsoever and leads to an absurdity in construing this provision. When last you heard a judge use such language? Judges don't use language like that. Yes, true, they talk about manifest absurdity, but that's rare. judge is saying that a provision in the Constitution is absurd. It leads to an absurdity. Section 107 bears no rational connection to appeals to the Privy Council, and similarly an alteration of Section 107 to give effect to an agreement between St. Lucia and the UK concerning appeals to the Privy Council from a court in St. Lucia is simply, in my view, nonsensical, as Section 107 simply does not deal with such appeals. You think a judge would put her neck on a block and make a statement like that? Unless she was not absolutely convinced of what she was writing. I don't even think Chief Justice Barron could have put it more eloquently and more directly than that. I don't think so. His language is different. It's a different quality of erudition. And you know, this is, I want you to understand, I want the people of St. Lucia to understand what Mr. Chasney is saying, what the leader of the opposition is saying. That you need a referendum, the Constitution prescribes the referendum, so you must have referendum. And I hope I have taken them through in the simplest way that I can to explain this, and why our Chief Justice has to say this is nonsense. And I know what their response is going to be, you know. Chief Justice, they have to go to the Privy Council. I don't know if the Privy Council will say the same thing, but I'll come to that in a few minutes. And the court concluded that there was an error in our Constitution. And if you then, as I said, read paragraph 27 and proceeds to answer all the questions put before the court, and again for history, I'm going to read paragraph 41 of that judgment, of that decision. So, and these are the questions the court was asked to answer, Mr. Speaker. Question 1. Whether the reference in section 41(7)(a) of the Constitution should properly be to section 108 instead of 107. If yes, was the reference to 107 an error? Answer, yes. If the answer to question 1 is yes, whether the error may be judicially corrected merely upon the determination of this application, or by an application by the Attorney General to a judge of the High Court, or must the error be corrected by an alteration to the Constitution? Answer, yes. The Constitution ought to be read and construed as if section 107 and section 41, subsection 7, subsection A were deleted and section 108 substituted. There is no need for further application to the High Court, which in any event has no jurisdiction to determine the question, for an order, the power to interpret such a question having been given by Parliament to the Court of Appeal by virtue of the Act. Question 3. If the answer to question 1 is yes, whether the agreement established in the Caribbean Court of Justice, signed on February 14, 2001, and ratified by St. Lucia on July 5, 2002, and enacted into the laws of St. Lucia as the Caribbean Court of Justice Agreement Act number 34 of 2003, constitutes an international agreement to which St. Lucia is a party for the purpose of the provisions of section 41, subsection 7, subsection B. The answer is yes. If the answer to questions 1 and 2 is yes, whether for the purpose of an alteration of the Constitution to replace appeals to Her Majesty in council with appeals to the Caribbean Court of Justice, the agreement between St. Lucia and the United Kingdom referenced in section 41, subsection 7A, may validly be entered into by St. Lucia alone, or in common, or more other states of the Organization of East Caribbean States, which may have similar constitutional provisions, may validly be entered into prior to the passage of the bill referred to in subsection 41(2). Yes, such an agreement must predate the presentation of the bill to alter the Constitution to give effect to the agreement. And here we have it. That was the process. That is the logic. That is the explanation why we need no referendum, because our Constitution did not contemplate any referendum. But there are other important issues. And the member for Castries East was heavy on the point of access. And I too want to say a few words about this. You know, we can talk all we want about justice, about the rule of law and what the value of justice is. But you know, unless citizens enjoy the protection of the law, which of course translates into unimpeded access to our courts, it can never be just or right. They can never ever get the full benefit, the fruits of justice. They will not get it. Access to the courts become critical. And the point is clear. This thing has continued for too long. It can never be just or right that access to justice is only for those who can afford it. It can't be right. That's why I will quarrel when my courts in Beaufort are closed for months. It can't be right. It cannot be, because access to justice is critical. And in our judicial system, there are three tiers. We have a magistrate court, and if you prefer a high court, although a high court has different jurisdiction, the magistrate's court, the court of appeal and the Privy Council. When you go to the magistrate's court, you're entitled, of course, to appeal your whatever decision against you. Go to the court of appeal if you want. When you go to the high court, you're entitled to appeal from the high court to the court of appeal. But then, of course, from the court of appeal, then you're entitled to appeal to the Privy Council. And the member for Castries East is right. We have thousands of cases being filed every day in this country. How many of these cases wind their way to the Privy Council? In the last 20 years, as he rightly said, we have roughly had 17 appeals in 20 years. And you mean to tell me that they're not ordinary St. Lucians who want their cases heard a third time by a third court to determine whether their issue was dealt with fairly and justly at the Court of Appeal or the High Court? But you know what? They can't get there. They can't get there. You will believe you think they don't have no right to appeal to the Privy Council. They have no reason to appeal to the Privy Council. Like the member for Castries, the issue has always been cost. And it's no joke. It's no joke. Mercifully these days, we can follow deliberations by Zoom, as I'll tell you in a few minutes. And look at some of the costs to file for an interlocutory matter. In other words, a matter to interpret the rules as to whether you follow the proper procedure, to put it simply. In the UK, it's £700. And you're talking of almost $3,000. If you're filing an appeal that involves damages, monetary damages, you have to fine about £5,200 immediately. And if you're going to engage an English solicitor or barrister, whatever, to go before the Privy Council for an hour or two just in a matter to seek leave, for example, if it's not paper leave, know that you have to fine £2,500. Which poor person in St. Lucia can find £2,500? Now don't come and tell me that in the case of criminal cases they get appeals done freely, because I've told you why that is done in the UK. A lot of that is done in the UK. Not because maybe there are decent lawyers in the UK that believe in human rights, but also because it fulfills and sustains the agenda of the Privy Council to abolish hanging in these islands. So they are busy making sure that those who commit criminal offenses for one reason or another are properly represented. And you can't persuade me otherwise, Now, but talk to St. Lucian lawyers who have gone to the Privy Council and they'll tell you the kind of money their clients have had to pay. Talk to St. Lucians who have had recent cases before the Privy Council and ask them how much they've had to foot for the bills. And the system in the UK is divided between solicitors and barristers. Solicitors, of course, are the ones who do the initial legwork, the administrative arrangement and so on, and brief the barristers, etc. The barristers do the actual argument. Mercifully, we're not like that in St. Lucia. Our lawyers do both the work of solicitors and barristers, although you have to be careful what hat you wear when. The solicitor's fees in the UK for filing and engaging in the administrative management of a matter will cost you between $65,000 to $75,000. Appearances by barristers are upwards of $100,000. So, Mr. Speaker, what you put your light on for? Who in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, would be able to pay for this kind of money, pay this kind of money. Now contrast this, Mr. Speaker, with costs at the Caribbean Court of Justice. Filing fees are divided into two categories, namely applications for what we call special leave. If you have problems getting leave, if leave is refused by your own court, or appeals as of right. An appeal for special leave to the CCJ will cost you US dollars 250. For civil cases, and I like that consumes less than 1,000 pages. If you're going to file a case and you're going to file 1,000 pages, the filing fee is US $250, Mr. Speaker. For a civil appeal that consumes more than 1,000 but less than 2,000 pages, the filing fee is US dollars 750. For a civil appeal that consumes more than 2,000 pages, the filing fee payable is US 1,200. In effect, no litigant will ever pay more than US dollars 1,200 if special leave was necessary, and US $250 if special leave was necessary, in filing fees at the CCJ. This is irrespective of the amount of money involved in the litigation. Incidentally, Mr. Speaker, no fees are paid in criminal matters. And let me add, Mr. Speaker, every applicant for special leave or every appellant is entitled under the rules to apply for waiver of fees. There's a rule, 1018 in the rules of procedure, that allows the CCJ to completely waive all filing fees for a poor person who has an arguable ground of appeal. The rules set out the criteria for determining who is to be regarded as a poor person. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. And I am confident that the day the CCJ is the final court of appeal, we will begin to see a rush to seek judgment by St. Lucians in a way they were never able to do under the Privy Council. And you are trying to tell me that St. Lucians don't deserve this? Don't deserve the right to find out whether their courts below have made the right decisions? And they tell you that it's a creature of politicians. And you know what is worse, most perverse? It is a UWI trained cabal that set up the court and that is in league with the court. Now I take deep offense to that, you know. I take deep offense to that. I am a UWI graduate and I have 2 degrees from UWI with first class honors. I am as good as any student anywhere in the world. Don't come to tell me that nonsense. UE is far better than many universities in Canada and the United States. Why you believe they're number 5 university in the hemisphere? Don't come with a stupid argument. And feel you can contaminate me and devalue me because I have to I've been to university in the UK. I did the bar in the UK. I know what it takes. I did my PhD and the bar together in 2 years, 2-3 years. Oh, no nonsense, you come and tell me and try to devalue my degree and tell me that you're a UWI cabal. And I will say this because I know, Mr. Speaker, time is ebbing away. I will say this, Mr. Speaker. No community of nations in the world today has taken steps to ensure the integrity of a court that it has established than the CARICOM nation states. Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? And don't come to mention to me about the United States, you know, I come in there, you know. Don't come to me and tell me about the United States or Canada, I'm coming there, you know, or the UK, you know. You see, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you. The member of Accession has told you no government can hold a CCJ to ransom because we established what you call a trust fund. The government's borrowed $100 million to finance the court, and the court has been financed from the earnings of the trust fund. So no government can say, if you don't do my bidding, I'm not going to fund the court, as has happened in the region. I admit it has happened, Mr. Speaker. There are governments who are guilty of that, you know, in our region. And they had to be taught a lesson. They had to be taught a lesson, Mr. Speaker. And I'll come to that in a few minutes. Secondly, the member of Accession is for the independence of the courts, the mechanism for appointing judges. The judges of Regional Judicial Legal Services Commission, no politician has access to that. Even though we may be quietly disgruntled with the decisions of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, I have seen them make choices and I disagree with their choices, but I'm not going to berate the court for that or lose confidence because of that. Nonsense! And I want you to tell them, compare and today, as has been the case since independence in the United States, judges to the Supreme Court in the U.S. are selected by the Senate, a political body. And today in the United States, their democracy is facing pressure, could possibly implode internally. Why? Because what they did when Trump was president was to load the court with their political appointees. And the Americans are now beginning to feel the bite of it. That too exists in the Caribbean. And when I tell you we sell our country short, it is things like that that I remember, that we don't even know and understand our inheritance, our democracy. Now look at the United Kingdom. When you had to tell you about the Privy Council and how the Privy Council is distant and rah, 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 rah. They did not know that until now. The judges of the Privy Council are the same judges in the House of Lords, and the House of Lords was the second legislative chamber in the United Kingdom, that they sat in the House of Lords just like other lords who were appointed by political parties. That's why they call them the House of Lords. What more political connection do you want from that? But you know, it was under Blair. Now, Blair did something very interesting. Mr. Speaker, Blair did something very interesting. Blair turned around when he realized what was happening. He then established a Supreme Court. And you know where he took the inspiration from? He took the inspiration from these constitutions in our region and the constitutions handed down to African countries to establish a Supreme Court, to try to make it independent and change the method of appointment to judges. Don't come and tell me about political. The only point of interaction comes when the president of the Caribbean Court of Justice has to be appointed, and the procedure is clear. The Regional Judicial Legal Services Commission, they invite applications, they assess the applications, and they make a recommendation, because somebody has to appoint the president of the court. And to this day, every recommendation the Regional Judicial Legal Services Commission has made, the governments have gone along. They've never questioned that recommendation. Really, the appointment by the heads of government of the president of the court is nothing more than shall we say, a little convention, more than anything else, to signal appointment. So what are you telling me about political interference? I'll tell you this. When I served as head of department of the Faculty of Law, I participated in training many graduates at the University of the West Indies in law. I'm very proud of what we produced. And today, I see many of them are judges in our region, different parts of the world. I'll tell you, a note of sadness for me is that when I see them, I can't talk to them. They're my ex-students. Former Chief Justice Rawlins sat in my class at K-Ville. But I couldn't talk to him. When I see him, hi, hello. Because of the respect and of the reverence, your judge. And it is this service that continues. And as I close, Mr. Speaker, this argument about fixing the judiciary before going to the CCJ only needs to be stated to be rejected. Why, Mr. Speaker? Privy Council has been around all this time. What impact has the Privy Council had on the quality of justice in the region, apart from rendering appeals? What reforms can you say you can direct to the Privy Council? All the Privy Council has done sometimes is interpret our Constitution to do their ideological bidding. If you have not tackled the problems that you have in the lower judiciary, Mr. Speaker, how on earth you going to stay and retain the Privy Council to tackle those problems? What is the special thing about the Privy Council should be around when you're tackling your problems? It is our failing over the years. And we have not followed, in our case, the example of the former Labour government to bring changes to the judiciary, and we must. We are the ones, for goodness sake, that established a criminal jurisdiction of the High Court. A lot of the changes that exist, the Evidence Act, etc., we're the ones who did so. And we need to continue bringing changes to the court. This business, and I come back to that, the people in my constituency cannot get access because of the problem with the magistrate courts. That should not exist. We're different. Now let me conclude by saying two things. What is this fear of the Caribbean Court of Justice and politicians? What is this fear, Mr. Speaker? You know, Mr. Speaker, I am so very proud of the Caribbean Court of Justice and what they have accomplished so far. You see, every politician around this table should have a mortal fear of the direction that the jurisdiction of the court is taken in respect of the accountability of politicians. And there are two cases that I want to mention very briefly, but I know I don't have the time to go through them with the detail that I need, Mr. Speaker. I do, Mr. Speaker? You're generous. Then I will proceed. And bear in mind, Mr. Speaker. The door open. Yes, he allowed the door to be open. Bear in mind, Mr. Speaker. The CARICOM Treaty exists to give us certain rights. We have expanded our rights as citizens of our country and as citizens of the region. Now, it is a right that we don't understand, that's not explained to us. And it isn't because I see the venerable president of the CCJ here or the former Chief Justice of the OECS Court, but one of the most important decisions that was ever given by the court was a decision in a case called Myrie, where a Jamaican national who had traveled to Barbados was unlawfully detained and searched at the airport in Barbados, and the court said you cannot do that under the CARICOM Treaty. You are wrong, that she's entitled to the rights conferred by the treaty. It was a path-breaking decision. And since then, we have had a plethora of other cases. Our own Eddie Ventus, the St. Lucian professor at the Faculty of Law of the University, at the very last hour on the eve of the general election, was able to accede to the jurisdiction of the court. And asked for a ruling as to whether he was a citizen entitled to be registered as a voter on the eve of election in Barbados. And the court heard him on a Sunday afternoon. By an exchange, as you know, through a portal. Heard him. And ordered that he be registered as a person entitled to be on the voters list and to vote in Barbados. And that is it, what I'm talking about, enlarging the rights. We don't properly grasp it. But that is in respect of the treaty or rights under the CARICOM Treaty. And citizens of the Caribbean are not making use of it as they should. And then, Mr. Speaker, you had a famous case, and Belize has been producing some famous cases. There's a case called Florin Marin and Jose Coy and the Attorney General of Belize, decided upon by the CCJ. And it is a judgment that concerns redress against former ministers for corrupt behavior in public office or abuse of ministerial powers and privileges for personal benefit, which result in financial injury or loss to the state or the crown. Now you always hear They're not interested in politicians. And in a lecture I did recently, I traced the history of the courts dealing with politicians. And in fact, I was pointing out that politicians in our region are gradually being encircled by the courts. And they don't have as much room to maneuver like they think they did. In that case, the Attorney General Belize filed a claim against two former ministers of the Belizean government, alleging that during their respective terms of ministerial office, they arranged the transfer of 56 parcels of land to a company beneficially owned or controlled by one of them. It was further alleged that the consideration paid by the purchasing company was almost $1 million below market value, and that this transaction was undertaken deliberately without lawful authority and in bad faith. Let me go over the facts again, briefly. And I'm doing this so for the benefit of our people who are listening. The allegation is that two ministers arranged for 56 acres of land that belonged to the government to be, well, they were dealing with 56 acres, to be made available, owned by a company, of which they beneficially owned, or in fact was controlled by one of them to benefit themselves. Now, I'm sure you have heard echoes of that before. And the amount paid by the minister, one of them was $1 million below the market, and this was well below the market value. So the Attorney General claimed that there was a significant loss to the Crown in the amount of $924,056. So the Crown was denied an additional sum of money for the land. And the question was, which you need not focus on, because that was a debate between the court, was whether the Attorney General could maintain an action against two former ministers of the Belizean government for the tort of misfeasance in public office. Now, there had never been a judgment that confirmed that you can file and succeed in a tort of misfeasance in public office. Yes, you can have misfeasance in public office in public law, but not in tort. And a majority of the court decided, yes, the time had come to expand the boundaries of torts to allow for the ministers to be held liable for this tort, that there was nothing standing in the way of preventing this tort. Now, you know the fascinating thing about this case? The persons who made that decision of the court were very young jurists. And two of the leading members of the court, Justice Saunders and, of course, the former president of the court, disagreed. And you're telling me, you're trying to tell me it's a court of cowards? A court of cowards? And in that is a message for all politicians. Because rest assured that the same law that was applied in Belize also applies here. It also applies here. And the good thing is that in the Prevention of Corruption Act of the Special Prosecutor legislation, Parliament ensured that the tort of misfeasance in public office was a ground for those politicians who may have engaged in corrupt acts. They took no chances. The second case I want to touch on, and this is one I disagree fundamentally with the judgment, concerns a matter of accountability in electoral matters. And I disagree with that judgment. It's a case of Roosevelt Skerritt, Reginald Austrie, and Antoine Defoe. Now, there's an old English term they call treating. And in England, on English common law, treating is unlawful. In other words, treating means that if you are engaged in a political campaign, and at a campaign, the rally, you are serving people free rum, free food, you know what I mean, free beer, then according to that, you are engaged in treating, and you are therefore committing an unlawful act, and therefore if the person was elected by virtue of those activities, then crapo smoke your pipe. Now, you want to tell me the Prime Minister should make this case mandatory for all of you. You know why? Because come next election, crapo smoke your pipe. I wouldn't be around. Crapo smoke your pipe. Because you may well find yourself engaging in treating. Now, what had happened in this case? For me, it was an astonishing judgment. The Court of Appeal, the High Court, I think it was, held that it had jurisdiction to consider the charge of treating before it against Roosevelt and his team of ministers. It went to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal, I think, ruled against the High Court judge and said, no. If there's an allegation of treating, because it touches on the issue of the membership of the offender in Parliament, then in that case, it's a constitutional matter and a constitutional claim should have been brought. The CCJ reversed the Court of Appeal. The CCJ said the magistrate is right because the magistrate was conferred with that jurisdiction. And the magistrate was right to hear the charges and determine the charges, even if the question of membership becomes a secondary question. Could you imagine placing elected members accused perhaps of treating at the mercy of a magistrate who is at the lower rung of the judicial ladder on such a significant matter? And yet, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have the time, and yet the Caribbean Court of Justice said, yes, a magistrate can make that decision and should make that decision. And you know, the intriguing thing was that accessing the magistrate, the jurisdiction of the magistrate was a very simple thing, because, you know, accessing magistrate's court is relatively simple. And what is my message to you? One, my message to you is that the Caribbean Court of Justice is a fearless institution. It has never been afraid to rule against politicians. It has delivered some of the most painful decisions that affect politicians, for which politicians will have to be on their guard, and perhaps doing things that no other court could do. Now, I disagree with the judgment in that Dominican case. I think they were wrong. But is that reason for me to lose faith and confidence in the court? Mr. Speaker, the answer is no. And I'm always reminded of religious individuals and churches and so on, when pastors sin, whether it is in the Catholic Church or in the Anglican Church, and they commit all manner of sin and then engage in all kind of infidelity and dishonorable acts. Should I lose confidence in praying to our God or going to church because of their human errors and human mistakes? No. I would still go to church. I'll tell you, I don't go to church. I don't know where to get those things from, but be that as it may, Mr. Speaker. So, I disagree, but that doesn't mean that I should lose faith. I agree with the Court of Appeal ruling that really, this touched on the issue of membership that should have been dealt with by a constitutional motion. I agree. That's my view. And in my own writing on the issue, I've criticized the court for it. But the wider point is that they've had the courage, Mr. Speaker, to rule against political elites of our region. Mr. Speaker, I want to end on this note. Mr. Speaker, an event took place yesterday that has monumental implications for the future of the laws of this country and the courts of this country. I'm aware that the matter I was touched on is sub judice, but I'm not in the business of making any pronouncements regarding the outcome, what I think about the arguments, and so on. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I'm about, Mr. Speaker. So you don't need to invoke a standing order to strike me down. Mr. Speaker, it's an issue that was before the court. And I'm talking about the case that involves two members of this chamber, the leader of the opposition and a member for Castries South. An issue before the court was whether an article in our civil code which allowed for the importation of English law meant that in those areas where references were made, whether the term law for the time being meant that the meaning was ambulatory such that it referred not to the law that existed in 1957 when the amendments were made, but to all English laws after 1957. Put succinctly, Mr. Speaker. The question was whether a Defamation Act enacted by the United Kingdom in 2013 was, by virtue of that provision, the law of St. Lucia in 2023. Now, if the Privy Council agrees with the Court of Appeal, this would lead to the most dramatic and revolutionary interpretation of the laws of this country. And what it would mean is that in those subject areas, be it defamation or quasi-contracts or otherwise, that if we want to find out what the law of St. Lucia is, we have to go to England to find out what the English did, know what their laws are, and apply down here what they call mutatis mutandis. If the argument is right. What does this have to do with all of this? I am not saying that the CCJ would have cured this. That's not my point. I'm far from it, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? The chickens are coming home to roost. It is our obdurate refusal to tackle our inheritance that's the problem. Everybody, I wrote about this matter extensively. I know former Chief Justice Barron is aware of it. It has found itself in his judgments. And we should have dealt with that a long time ago. But we did not. We did not, because for some of us it pleased us that somehow we allowed for the importation of English law to govern our business. 44 years after independence, you want to tell me that if St. Lucians want to find out what the law is, they have to go to the English Parliament, find out what the English Parliament enacted, find out which provisions apply to them? And you want to tell me I must accept, Mr. Speaker, the retention of the Privy Council, I must accept that inheritance? You don't tell me that, Mr. Speaker? That's what the problem is. We don't want to look at our inheritance because we believe all things handed down from the imperial throne was good and right and proper, that it protected us, not knowing that we are injuring ourselves, our legacy, our reputation, our thinking, our being, who we are and what we are. No matter what decision the Privy Council comes to, there is no question that this provision in our civil code will have to be reviewed. And the Attorney General better start to work on it now. How could St. Lucia, 44 years after independence, tell me that its laws can only be understood if we know what the English Parliament has enacted? You think when they sit in the House of Commons passing their laws, they remotely remember that a little country like St. Lucia is interested in our laws, or they'll have to follow their laws? You think they care hoots about St. Lucia? They will snide and make their snide remarks. You think they care? What are we saying about ourselves? And so, Mr. Speaker, and end on this note, this constitutional amendment is about us. It is about ourselves. It is about our future. It is about our honor. It is about integrity. It's about the fact that we understand we are as good as anywhere in the world. And we must never ever make the mistake of continuing to shortchange ourselves by believing that others are better than us. Our judges are as good as anywhere in the world. That is why today they're the pinnacles dispensing justice all over the world. And yes, I have problems with judges. Yes, I have problems with court decisions. But that doesn't mean that because there are problems, that there are issues, that we should dispense with what is rightfully ours, and that we don't recognize the quality and brilliance of what we have. Mr. Speaker, I asked the people of St. Lucia to give me the opportunity to speak to them. I have been robust, I admit. I have been very robust in what I've said today. And I hope I have said it in a way that they can understand me and why, over the years, I have championed the Caribbean Court of Justice, why I have been at the forefront of the Caribbean Court of Justice. And I said in this house before, under no circumstances would I betray what I have believed in and what I have said. I've said so before. And there are times that some of you here are uncomfortable when I say that. But you don't have to be uncomfortable, because I want to be faithful to what I preached. And if I sat at CARICOM and participated and guided the drafting of that agreement, signed it in 2014, commenced the process that has taken us this far, not being completed by my successor, you expect me to come to this house repudiated on this fanciful notion of a referendum that is so unnecessary? I can't do that, Mr. Speaker. Neither my training, my conscience, or my philosophy allows me to do so. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your tolerance and understanding. Thank you.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of the House until 3:15 p.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this sitting be suspended until 3:15 p.m. And now put the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
All right.
Eh bien, à présent, nous avons pris une petite pause comme en session pour débat, débat sur la décision Saint-Listy pour replacer Privy Council en l'Angleterre et puis ça a créé CCJ, ça c'est l'audience appel en Kawaii-Blanc même. Avec, après le Premier ministre a présenté motion, c'est le premier monde qui parlait, c'était Dr. Kenny Anthony. Avec l'histoire à cette situation, il parlait pour presque 2 heures du temps à cette situation, avec Dr. Anthony vraiment parlé à ce en situation qui comme il dit qui prêchait avec il parlait un peu avec il bail tout détail pour à ce ça qui a passé nous avons dévié ici à 3 heures après 3 heures puis on a pris déjeuner à présent avec comme nous avons parlé là à présent nous avons Dr. Kenny Anthony et puis étudiant qui est venu qui écoutait l'école c'est Arthur Lewis Community College il prend portrait et puis puisqu'il est venu pour écouter ça qui a passé nous avons un petit pause nous avons dévié nous avons vu aussi ça c'est station télévision NTN en studio nous avons invité pour rester vieux branché et puis nous à Yonka après 3 heures de nous avons continuer ça qui a passé en Caille Constitue en Saint-Lucie.